Well, good evening and welcome. And thank you for your patience. We've been in executive session for quite some time now. So welcome this evening. And for some of our students that we see here, hope the first day of school was fantastic. It's always an exciting day. So, and of course, Tammy, let the record show that all of our board members are present this evening. So we will continue with our Board of Education combined study session and regular meeting today, which is Tuesday, August 22nd. First on our agenda is the approval of our agenda, item 2.02. The recommended action is that the board approve the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, motion from Board Member McCoskey. Do I have a second? Second from Board Member Scott Kreis. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote.
I'm not logged in.
I'm not either.
It's right there.
You have to push this to talk.
I don't know.
Do you have to push to talk?
Oh, no. There's a push button. Oh, it's on.
It's on? Okay, sorry. Just testing it out. I should probably also acknowledge that we're in a new room this evening, right, with new technology, so bear with us. I haven't got that pop-up. Why did that pop up? Okay. We'll take a verbal from Board Member Thomas Tate.
I voted.
Okay, and a verbal from Board Member Kreis.
I voted aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And Chair also votes aye. Motion carries 7-0. This time we'll move on to item 2.03, public hearing regarding our tax rates for 2023. The public, I'll just read this here, I guess. Okay. As required by Missouri Statute 67.110, the Board of Education is holding a public hearing on the proposed tax rates for the 2023 tax year. After the tax rate hearing, the tax rates will be voted on by the Board of Education. Deputy Superintendent Dr. Travis Shaw will provide additional information.
Good evening, Board. The tax rate is required to be set by September 1st each year. This is a process that's followed when we receive the new assessed valuation numbers from Greene County, and those numbers are plugged into the State Auditor's Office calculation tool, and they provide the tax rates necessary for our boards to consider. The reassessment years, as a reminder, take place on odd years, so this was a reassessment year, which you will notice the difference in the new assessed valuation numbers from 2022 to 2023. Our assessed valuation from 22 to 23 did increase by 9.64%. However, the CPI was capped at 6.5%. And as a reminder, we do have what's considered a Hancock Amendment in place that prohibits districts from approving and raising the assessed valuation for more than 5%. So these numbers do reflect what the Hancock Amendment states of no more than a 5% increase for the tax rates. You will also notice that because of that not being able to capture all of those, all of that percentage, we do roll back our operating levy by 9.8 cents. And so that's because we cannot capture all of that, so we must roll that, that levy back in order to keep those assessed valuation numbers as they are. The debt service levy, as a reminder, was at 73 cents. The promise we made to the voters in April was it would remain at 73 cents, and you'll see that that number does stay the same at 73 cents. One other piece to note is what was budgeted for this year with what came in for new revenue represents about $461,000 more than what we budgeted. So our business services team did an incredible job of being that close to what we expected the revenue to be, and it's actually a little bit more than what we did expect. And so how does this affect the homeowner? If we look at every $100,000 of market value because of that 5% cap and the fact that the debt levy does roll back that 9.8 cents, it would only represent $19.18 of increased taxes for the year for every $100,000 market value. So if it's $200,000, it represents twice that amount. If it doesn't change at all, if their value of their home did not change, then they would actually see a decrease of $18.62 in taxes because that levy would roll back that 9.8 cents. So you'll see the new revenue represented on the tax rate hearing being $9,336,049. Almost $2 million of that is from new construction. We did experience nearly $61 million in new construction this past year, and from reassessment of that 9.3, about 7.3 represented is from the reassessment of the new money. So, do you have any questions at this time for me before you open up the hearing?
Are there any questions from board members? Okay, thank you. And we are required by statute to have a public hearing on the proposed tax rates. At this time, are there any public speakers who wish to address the board? Yes, please come up to the podium. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good. I want to thank you for rolling back 9.8 cents. Every little bit helps. But I just have some thoughts on the reassessment I'd like to share with you. It's inconsequential, of course. First of all, the reassessment is an estimate of the value of your house. Until you sell it, you don't know. Another observation is not everybody's house went up by the same amount. I've known some houses that went up 43%, some 20, some 5 or 6, and some very unusual circumstances, they were less value. So that presents kind of a problem. So you might ask, well, why is that? Well, since this reassessed every 2 years, one thought is the previous assessor got it wrong, so you're making adjustments to correct the misassessment of the previous 21. And then the other thing is some areas of town maybe are just more popular and the actual sales are higher. I checked on a few of my properties and I asked the assessor's team, how did you base my reassessment, which wasn't extreme, by the way. And they showed me some locations nearby that there's a very small number of actual prices that they base that neighborhood on. So it's not a perfect system, but it is what it is. I wanted to crunch some numbers for different values of houses. There's quite a few houses that the market value is $50,000. That may seem cheap to some of you, but that's the reality. A $50,000 house would pay $518.81 based on 22 rates, not this decrease. A $100,000 house would be $1,037. A $300,000, Then I thought, well, okay, what's a lifetime tax? And it's pretty amazing. $50,000 house would pay $23,000. $100,000 house would pay $47,000, and a $300,000 would be $143,000. And if you had a convenience store that's taxed at 32% rate, that'd pay $17,000 a year. So it's kind of interesting numbers. I am in the future going to do a history of taxes, starting with a mill. I don't know if any of you go back that far or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers at this time on the tax rate rather? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion. The recommended action is that the board approve the 2023 to 2024 tax rate of $1.7868 for the incidental or general fund, $1.4619 for the teacher fund, and 73 cents for the debt service fund, for a total levy of $3.978 per $100 of assessed valuation. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion from Board Member Christ. Do I
I'll
have a
second that.
Second from Board Member Mohammed Khani. Any discussion from the board? Seeing none, we'll vote. The levy passes 7-0. The tax rate hearing is now adjourned. We'll move forward with the next item on the agenda, which is item 2.04, our Pledge of Allegiance. Chief Communications Officer, Mr. Hall, will introduce students from Fly SPS.
Thank you, and good evening, board members. That's right, it is the first day of a brand-new school year. We're excited to kick off the 23-24 school year, and we're very pleased to have with us tonight two students. Sophomores Catherine Minkowski and Toby May are embarking on an exciting new adventure with Fly SPS. Catherine and Toby, would you please come forward? Catherine and Toby are among 10 students who will spend half the school day at Springfield Branson National Airport engaged in aviation classroom work, simulator use, and flight hours. During the 2-year program, the students will earn high school and college credit and have the opportunity to obtain their private pilot's license. Participation in Fly SPS is free for these students thanks to our partnership with Ozarks Technical Community College and Premier Flight Center. Catherine is a Glendale student who likes music and art. She also loves animals, and I understand she has 7 betta fish and a ball python named Bruce. Is that correct? That's the most fun fact I've heard this week. Toby is a Kickapoo student who loves to travel, especially by airplane. He said as soon as he heard about Fly SPS, he knew he wanted to be a part of the program. Once they obtain their private pilot's licenses, both Catherine and Toby want to become commercial airline pilots. Would either of you want to say anything about your experience or what you're looking forward to? No pressure.
I just want to say it's been a great opportunity, and I'm already loving all of my instructors. So I just want to thank the SBS.
That's awesome. Thank you. That's okay. That's all right. So if you're here with us this evening to support Catherine and Toby, or you had a role in making Fly SPS a reality, please stand so that we may honor you as well. Great. So if you're able, please stand and join us as Catherine and Toby lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Whenever you're ready, take it away.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is for you all. We're going to take a photo here. Catherine and Dr. Lathan and Ms. Kincaid, if you could come forward. Right here.
Yeah.
Have her first day of school shoes on.
Wait.
Great. Thank you.
They did. I came in like that.
And Mr. Hall will remain at the podium for our honoring excellence portion of the agenda.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here for the first most valuable player recognition of the 23-24 school year. And I'll explain a little bit more about why that's significant. This year's theme is SPS United. Together we succeed, which reminds us that teamwork and a collective vision can positively impact every member of Team SPS. To celebrate the outstanding contributions of our staff this year, we will choose one SPS United team member each month to highlight as a most valuable player. Tonight's MVP has demonstrated his team spirit by proactively identifying needs and collaborating with others to ensure students are supported. Let's watch this video to learn more about MVP Rick Bierman.
My name is Rick Bierman, and I am a bus driver for SPS.
We had an SPS bus driver that noticed a little girl was waiting at the bus stop, and Rick noticed that this young girl was wrapped in a towel because she had no warm clothing to wear. And so as soon as they got to school that day, Rick went in and talked to the school nurse. And before the end of the day was over, that sweet little girl got weather-appropriate clothing, and she got a brand new coat provided by Bass Pro Shops.
Growing up, my dad always taught us to work hard, and if you're doing something, do it right. And I've carried that over into my adult life, and I've carried it into this job.
So Rick, he used to be a police officer, now a public servant here, and he shows that professionalism, and I think he sees himself as a professional, and that's why he serves other people.
I take elementary kids and high school kids. I've got my own kids, I love kids, but it was different dealing with everybody else's kids until you get into a routine and you realize, okay, they just want guidance, they just want somebody to care.
He is a humble person. You know, he loves his kids on the bus, and you can see that every day when he comes in and he talks to you, wanting to know, you know, hey, I've got this student on a bus. How do I go about helping them?
I like to treat people the way that they want to be treated, the way that I want to be treated. I just like to get along with everybody. Everybody at the Carver lot that I work with has been amazing. Some of the best people I've worked with in my life are here.
At the end of the day, it only takes one person, and that one person was Rick for this little girl.
Thanks for his service to this team and making us a better team every day.
Mr. Bierman, would you please come forward so we may thank you for your team's spirit and collaboration? Congratulations and thank you again. And board members, that concludes our honoring excellence for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 3.01, public comments. The Board of Education welcomes comments about the issues being discussed. The board uses this time in our meeting to listen to the public, but will not comment or engage with the public during this meeting. The board allows for up to 10 speakers per public comment period. The board chair will call on the individuals in the order in which they signed up. Substitutions are not permitted. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes and will be timed by the board secretary. Comments must be acceptable for a business and family-friendly environment. Inappropriate language, gestures, or personal attacks will not be tolerated. It's inappropriate to address the board about individual students or individual staff members by name in open meetings. If you have concerns about individuals, these concerns should be addressed through the appropriate administrative supervisors, either in the schools or at the district office. If you have materials that you wish to share, please place them in the tray on the podium, and they'll be distributed to board members following the meeting. Our first speaker this evening is Kat Trussler. Kat Trussler. All right, I'll call her again at the end. Our next speaker is Tom Gist.
Hi there, my name is Tom Gist. I'm a lifelong Springfieldian and a veteran teacher from Central High School. The board should be commended for realizing the need for an improvement of Pipkin School, but you need to realize that a school is more than just a structure. It is a vital part of a community, and that must be considered as you reach decisions there. It's a chance to revitalize Midtown. Now, in my handout here, it lists concerns I have with the Pythian site, but I'm going to address on the positive, some possible alternatives that could be sites. First, you could do what you did at Reed at Pipkin. You could tear the building down and you could acquire land across the street and turn that into green space for sports practices and things. That's already been done. It could be done. You could build a bridge over Campbell Street to allow for safe passage to green space on that side. Secondly, you could have combined activities between the park board and the school system. For example, at Grant Beach Park, you already have a boys club, you have an elementary school, and that, a lot of green space there. There's some land nearby that could be acquired to complete the structure of a new school building. And that would give a community spot where people would come and picnic and party and feel really good about and want to come to school. The same thing could be done at Nichols School. There's a narrow strip of land between York Elementary and Nichols Park that could be turned into a school. That whole area then becomes a central and inspiring part of the community. Fourth option is you could take the existing student location, rebuild the Pipkin at that site, and move the student kids to Pipkin. The fifth option would be for you to just ask the community for more input. Ask them for their ideas of where's the best place to build a school. If these options are not workable, please explain why. The public deserves to know. Now, there are some problems with the Pythian site. Just this evening, I was talking to Howard Wright, the former city attorney for Springfield. And he tells me he couldn't get on the agenda tonight, but he has researched and it has been told that the federal government will be suing the district because of violation of certain laws. Mr. Wright can explain those to you. I encourage you to consult him. But I think you also need to realize that you're looking today, you're not looking for the best decision, the most efficient system. You're looking for the thing that has the best impact on the community. A place to change kids' life, a place where kids will want to come to school, not a place that's remote and distant, which is almost impossible to get to. So I encourage you to think of the good of the community and do what is best for everybody in Springfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ramona Geist. Gist, sorry, I knew I forgot that. Gist.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to each of you today. I am also a retired Springfield School elementary teacher, and I'm a mother and a grandmother. I'm also concerned with the proposed site for the relocating Pipkin. When teaching on Springfield's north side, I became acutely aware of the numbers of families who did not have available transportation. And irregardless of their circumstances, each and every one of those children deserve the best opportunities they have available. Since the middle school busing requirements is now 2.5 miles, the new location would provide transportation for 85% of the Pipkin students. That's wonderful. That will increase their attendance, hopefully. But unfortunately, some of those students will no longer to be able to stay after school to participate in any athletics, tutoring, or any other type of activities such as cheerleading. The impact upon their social and emotional development will be great. But it doesn't just stop there. It also extends to their high school experiences. Imagine never having played on team football or volleyball and entering high school. These students will be at a distinct disadvantage competitively with other students who've had those opportunities. Many of these kids many of these students don't have the opportunities to play league sports or private sports. So their only way of getting this experience is on a school team. Let's see if you can imagine being a middle schooler and you're excited about finally having the chance to play football or volleyball or be a cheerleader. Imagine going to your mom and saying, "Mom, I want to go out for football this year." Well, actually, as a girl, you'd say cheerleading, but whatever. And the mom says, "Well, that's wonderful, honey. What time is practice over?" And you have to say 5:30, and you say, "Well, how will you get home?" Because the school bus doesn't run. I have made available a map that shows the city utility route that is there, and
Thank you, Mrs. Gist. Your time's elapsed.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Hunt.
All right, that's how this works. Hello, my name's Thomas Hunt. I am a father of 2 children who attend Springfield Public Schools. I am an Eagle Scout. I'm also a patriotic American. And I came to the last school board meeting we had back in June because I'd heard a lot of stuff about a resolution to support LGBT plus kids, and also I've heard a lot of talk about banning books that are somehow inappropriate for children. During that meeting, I sat in front of 2 women who were wearing Moms for Liberty t-shirts. I read the news. I know what the Moms for Liberty are all about. And it was a surprise when I read in the newsletter that Dr. Muhammad Khani had personally invited the Moms for Liberty to come to that meeting. She met them apparently during a Nixa school board meeting about banning books. Apparently they felt unwelcome, which was also a surprise to see. The doctor said that she had never heard of the Moms for Liberty, and she went on in the article to decry, and I am quoting here, "the presence of activists in our midst who have gone unchecked for so long that they feel empowered to denigrate other constituents and an elected official based on what they perceive as wrong." And then she said that she agreed with the principles of the Moms for Liberty. I just want to know one thing. When the doctor talked about activists going unchecked, which group of activists was she talking about? Because it seemed like she invited a group of activists to come to our school board meetings when she extended a welcome to the Moms for Liberty. If she didn't know what the Moms for Liberty were all about, then why did she make it a point to specifically invite them? And why did this group pretend to be unwelcome in order to garner an explicit invitation? Everyone knows these meetings are open to the public. It's right there on the website. Anyone can comment. I signed up yesterday. It was not a challenge. All of this feels very contrived. As a father of kids in this district, I find it concerning that a member of our nonpartisan board is making public statements in support of a political activist group. I believed we were supposed to focus on education and doing what is best for our kids' learning. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. John Vaughn.
I'm John Vaughn. My education background is sociology, history, and theology. Past president of the American Society for Church Growth. I am grateful to our board that our board can be an equal opportunity offender for both sides, and that's okay. That's what we're here for. We're adults, and this is discussion, and I appreciate that. I'm here today to actually represent the concerned pastors of the greater Springfield area on one issue we've heard about, and you know whether the policies, how the policy stands currently, and so I don't know what it is, but you do know, so maybe you can just take what I'm going to share with you and go with it. We have heard reports, and it could be rumor, it could be reality. It's really unimportant, but the issue is very important. We understand that one of our teams was at a Missouri State event, and that a new male member of a squad, a girl squad, actually dressed in the girls' dressing room. True or false? You probably already know about this. But my question is what is our policy as a school system, as a school board, concerning this very issue? Forgetting what may or may not have happened there, it could very reality happen right here. So my question is just, what is our position on it? Secondly, concerning our doctor over here, she is an honored member of this board. And she has credentials that will match anybody in this board, from University of California, University of Southern California, from Harvard Medical in Boston. And I think that to assume that she is either naive and to interpret her meekness for weakness would be a very foolish thing to do. But I celebrate all of your credentials, and we are adults, and we expect controversy on either side. And anybody who attends our meetings with any kind of regularity knows exactly who the activists are and who the activists are not. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Jasmine Allen.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you guys for your service. I'm going to mention the red flags by the city of Springfield. It appears here within SPS we have diversity resistance in regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We made progress. Now there's mandatory teaching of Juneteenth. We're thankful for that. It falls during Pride Month. Why no mention of that? And why are we still not off for a federal holiday, Juneteenth? And how are we going to celebrate the diversity of our families? I'm thankful that the SGFPD and Council have vocally made resolutions in dialogue with the LGBTQ+ community. Why have we yet, SPS? Moving on now. I see that you guys have a reduction of $250,000 in underutilized budget related to mental health contracted services. An allocation of $90,000 remains. What will that $90,000 cover? Where did the unused money go? I've requested funds for music enrichment therapy because as our neurodivergent students do not have access to that. So I would like that to be a talking point sometime. Moving on, someone had mentioned at the previous board member that New Zealand scores were pretty good. I asked my friend there what's different about their school. They have 1 hour lunch, 20-minute tea break, and no summer school. I'm attaching the file from the New Zealand's Journal of Teachers, and it states how they need an inclusive and welcoming environment. I'm going to move on now to talk about board policy. It says staff need to be involved in decision making. How are we involved in decisions? And it says employees will not represent personal opinions as opinions of the district, and to avoid confusion are required to clearly indicate that. So a fact is a statement of truth that can be verified and is proven. For example, Mahomes is the quarterback, but the Chiefs are the best football team. So we need examples and non-examples. And moving on now, another policy is we need to represent the needs and interests of all students in the district. How are we doing that now currently? And I believe we're falling short. And I've attached several research things, and I was looking through our current MIGs. I am really thankful for our executive team of getting that stuff together. I have some questions about the current curriculum. And I'm attaching Anna Grobe. She had some concerns too about the new location of Pipkin. How many minutes a day will time be wasted in classroom instruction stops due to trains? And more importantly, we're going to be transplanting, and then we're going to abolish the rich and vibrant history of the culture of Midtown. Being a former Pipkin student and teacher, I hope we can keep this school in our community. I know it's all over the place, but I appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you, Jasmine. Our next speaker is Dr. Kyler Sherman Wilkins.
Okay, hello and happy new school year. My name is Kyler Sherman Wilkins. I am a public sociologist, advocate for public schools, and some would say an activist. I'm here today to talk about, on my birthday no less, to talk about what I see to be growing concerns and trends of the school board, in particular actions that are taken by school board members that I think are nothing short of right out of an authoritarian playbook. Whether it's politicizing what are supposed to be nonpartisan institutions, spreading disinformation, or attempting to quash public dissent. And I'll speak to the last one because I think it's very relevant. I had a lot of time to reflect since the last school board meeting. During that time, a board member took it upon themselves to use their time to call out 2 private citizens. And let me be very clear. I have a thick skin, and for those of you who know Cheryl Clay, she has a thick skin as well. I'm a gay black man in Missouri. I've been called the N-word. I've been told to go back where I come from. I've been called a pedophile and a groomer, especially recently, all for advocating for queer youth. It's not what concerns me is handling personal attacks. I can handle that. What I can't tolerate is someone in public office, a public servant, using their platform and their power to attack and disparage private citizens at the attempt to silence them. That's unacceptable. And it shows a blatant misunderstanding of what it means to live in a democracy and a blatant misunderstanding of what it means to be a public servant. What worse, this person knows these things and just simply doesn't care. Both of those things in my mind are disqualifying for this person to sit on the school board. I am very thankful that the president of the school board put out a statement chastising this individual, and I hope that we can all together succeed in pushing back against what I consider to be a lot of attempts to quash public dissent. I want to end my time by just bringing up, frankly, my upset and disappointment at the failure of the school board to bring up a vote on a statement of support for queer youth. I know that there was a motion, but there was no second, and so therefore it died. This is insulting to the queer community. We've been over here for like over a year and a half, bringing spending our time with you, sharing our stories, talking about how we need this statement, which was, again, the bare minimum. For it to not even receive a vote was a slap in the face. However, I'm not going to live in the past. It's onward and upward. I think it's an opportunity now for this board to continue to push back on hateful rhetoric, like what happened during the school board meeting at the last meeting, misrepresenting safe zone stickers. I know that there's an attempt by this board to remove safe zone stickers. That was stated at the last board meeting. You can read the video. And I just hope that the board will take action and push back against those attempts, because this is not a tool of indoctrination. It is a tool of protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyler. Our next speaker is Pat Scott.
Thank you. I thought I was through with this, that I could not know. I've always been interested in education, improving the education of our kids. And I thought common sense is going to prevail at some point, but common sense is not so common anymore. And I don't see that happening. Particularly, we are getting rid of community schools. Thank you, Claudette, for this article. I was aware of it, but it really brought it home in today's paper. And I get it online. I read in a few minutes. I happen to pick up a paper. To take a community school and close it, as some other speakers have talked about, the transportation problems, but there's more than that. In a manufacturing area, bus those kids 30 to 45 minutes by the time they line up for the bus. Common sense is not so common anymore. And I can't believe that with the education department would allow a district to build a new school in a manufacturing area. This particular talks about the smells that came from the 3M plant and the manufacturing there. They were there first. Maybe that's okay now, but who knows what it's going to turn into 4 or 5 years. I think it's completely irresponsible to even consider building a school in a manufacturing area, railroad tracks all around, busing those kids and taking away the opportunity for them to have a neighborhood school. I was hoping I'd have more time than this. If you haven't looked at this, read it. There's a lot of points in here. It's unbelievable that we've got this far, that we're wasting your time as board members, and I hope the vote hasn't already taken place, because we need Pipkin in that area. The mayor of Springfield, I have an opportunity to talk to him. They're talking about spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to recoup properties in inner city, downtown. There is a way to put Pipkin Middle School in the middle of Springfield somewhere. Somebody just needs to take the time to do it. And I would hope that happens. I have continued to see the board. The last thing the last superintendent did was very well control the board, and I don't know. I think I'm seeing that again. I would like to see some individual thinkers. On the website, KY3 mentioned today, because our test scores are no different. They're just as low. Go on there. You can find every district in the state. I'm almost at a loss for words, and you can't believe that we're still looking at the same things. I could give you the numbers here. Math alone, only 35% are rated proficient or advanced. That means 65% are below. Every other test score is like that, and I don't even hear that anymore. And we're talking about locating a middle school, millions of dollars. How many? 400 students there now? And building it for 7? There's not going to be 700 kids come into Center City. We're losing kids all the time in this district, and we're going to lose more.
Your time has elapsed.
Focus on education.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Clay.
Good evening, Dr. Latham and the board members. I'm a big believer in transparency, so I'm here to publicly ask my questions regarding the site of the new Pipkin. My first question is, what high school will the new Pipkin feed? I know Hickory Hills feeds Central and Hillcrest. I would hope that Pipkin would continue to just feed Central, especially since Pipkin is being touted as a baccalaureate school, as is Central. My second question is, what elementary school will feed the new Pipkin? If boundaries are changed, what elementary schools will it affect? Due to the information being shared in the community and social media, I'd also like a little clarification on, will an environmental study be done? If so, what will be the time frame, and will it significantly delay the project of a new school? As for the other negative concerns about the site, I've seen them. As for the railroad track crossing, some seem to forget there's a track that runs right through Midtown that kids have to cross every day to get to school. Whether it's 30 trains or not, I don't know. The jury's still out on if that's verifiable. I also believe it's unrealistic for folks to believe roads and sidewalks will not be upgraded and improved for the new site. As also, CU could secure and change their route to feed the new site. I also believe the old Pipkin is not feasible to renovate. Number one, it's landlocked, it floods, and it's a hot mess. And it's over 100 years old. Unless we're totally gutting it, and you still have the issue of space, and at what price tag. Space is a high commodity in Central City, and there's none available to accommodate a new modern middle school unless the city of Springfield is going to give us some land instead of daylighting Jordan Valley Creek. Other concerns regarding busing and after-school activities being affected due to transportation issues, it is what it is. Unfortunately, that might be a legitimate concern, but at some point, parents have to step up and find a solution. I don't believe it's SPS responsibility to ensure that kids have the opportunity to do sports. You can drive down any highway and major road and see large schools on the side of the highway in Missouri. It's not an unheard of solution. With all that being said, I am tentatively still on the fence about this site. And that's it from your favorite social activist,
Thank
Cheryl
you,
Clay.
Cheryl. And I'll call one more time for Kat Trussler. She's ill. Okay. All right, that concludes our public comment section of our meeting. Next, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Board members, I've had a request from Board Member Muhammad Khani to remove the brain pop contract from our consent agenda. You'll find that on contracts, agreements, change orders, and bids, or KCOB, the second link there. So we will remove the brain pop contract and vote on that separately. At this time, I will entertain a motion that the board approve consent agenda items 4.01 through 6.01 minus the brain pop contract. Do I have a motion? Board Member Thomas Tate, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Board Member Kreis. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. Motion carries 7-0. We'll now entertain the brain pop contract from the KCOB. This time I'll entertain a motion that the board adopt the brain pop contract and renew its subscription with brain pop for 1 year at a cost of $118,346. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Board Member Thomas Tate. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Board Member Muhammad Khani. This time, is there any board discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. Do we need to do a verbal? Okay, we'll do a verbal vote. Board Member Byrne.
Can you repeat the vote?
Yep. The motion? The motion is to approve the brain pop subscription to renew, let me restate, to renew SPS subscription with brain pop for 1 year at a cost of $118,346.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to vote?
Oh, we have a question about it? Or is it too late?
Nope, we can still entertain discussion if you'd like.
Somebody provided us a description with the brain pop. What it is, we're voting on. What is the brain pop description?
So Brain Pop is a supported curriculum item that the IT department assists with the agreement on and the integrations, and Dr. Matrix is walking up as well to give us a little more information on curriculum.
Yeah, so we currently utilize Brain Pop to supplement science curriculum and some PE and health curriculum to supplement Missouri learning standards that aren't in the curriculum.
Is that something we've used for some time then?
Yeah, we actually just got feedback. The teachers love it. They've requested that we keep it. Every time we adopt curriculum, we get input and feedback from teachers, and it's something they request year after year.
Did you say it's being used for science and PE and
some health curriculum? Yes.
How, but not for social studies or other
Not that I'm
items?
aware of. I can check on that. I don't want to say for certain that it's not, but it's not used for ELA, primarily science.
We're adopting a new science curriculum that is supported by online access to new and improved platforms.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
And when we subscribe to Brain Pop, do we limit its use to those particular subjects? Or is the entire platform available to the K-5 students?
Bruce, you may have to speak to this. So there are parts of all of Brain Pop that teachers can utilize to supplement standards across content areas, yes.
And our license is specific to certain areas of Brain Pop, so that's something that we can come back with answers on.
Yep.
Any further discussion from the board?
I'd like to make a few comments on it. So I looked into this a little bit because I remember Miriam talked about this last year, and I remember I've had parents share with me some videos from this resource that were concerning to me. But that being said, I mean, it's a resource like anything, and I think what's most important is the people. Like the people, our teachers, have discretion of what to use and what not to use and what they should value. And it's pretty hard for us to take apart a resource and discount the entire thing, because there probably is a lot of good stuff in there, even though there's probably some things that I'm concerned with. As a matter of fact, I've seen, as I said, I have seen some specific things that I'm concerned with. But I think the real issue is just trusting that we have the right culture so that teachers use the resources that are best in those classrooms, and it's up to them which they use. That said, I guess I'll vote yes on this, but there's a caveat there. I don't agree with everything on it. And also, I will point out, when I was looking into it, another point of concern, which we might follow up on, is just going to the website myself. You know, you get the notification that says allow cookies. If you say no, it gives you, I don't even think I've ever had this happen on a website. It went further and said, it was like a disclaimer on allowing, letting them track my information and sell it. I had to say, no, you cannot sell my information. And having not seen that before on other websites, that concerns me of, if they're doing that just to people visiting the website, are they tracking information with students? I mean, I saw that the company was bought out by Lego, or I guess the holding company that owns majority interest in Lego. I mean, this is a big company, and information is useful, so I just want to make sure, again, that we are careful with who we're doing business with and the information that they can track, because they showed me by going to the website that that's something that they are doing. So I will vote yes for this, but I think we really need to look into that cybersecurity type issue. And just continue to promote, good culture and good discretion with our teachers to use the resources to teach the curriculum.
I wasn't made privy of this concern about brain pop before today, so can someone please bring me up to speed with the problem, the disturbing stuff that you've seen?
I mean, I'll share some of the videos that people sent to me. For example, particularly on the pandemic, they released a lot of videos that, with some perceived statements of fact that aren't necessarily factual. There's some leaps taken that can tend to take a, I don't know, not factual stance, more an opinionated stance.
Any further discussion?
And as I pointed out, we just recently adopted and have invested into a new science program that is both books and supported by Cengage platforms. It's about resources.
Okay. We'll go ahead and vote then. Board Member Byrne?
Yes.
Board Member Thomas Tate? Aye. Board Member Muhammad Khani?
No.
Board Member Price?
Aye.
Board Member McCoskey?
No.
Board Member Berner? Aye. And Chair votes aye. It passes 5-2. Move on to item 7.01, the Treasurer's Report. Dr. Travis Shaw will come to the podium to give us the Treasurer's Report.
Good evening again. A few items to mention this evening in the Treasurer's Report. The Budget Amendment and Transfer Report does represent the periods from July 1st through July 31st. Operating revenues decreased slightly for realignment of federal and state funds, and expenditures were increased slightly for realignment of career and technical education state grant for salary and benefits. We are still anticipating currently to be around 25.89% fund balance, which is right in line with what our expectation was. Keep in mind, as we begin this fall semester, our team, business service team, will be beginning that audit preparation, and that'll take place this fall. The annual Secretary of the Board's report was also submitted, the ASBR, by August 15th from that same business service team. And that report contains multiple pieces of information, such as revenues, expenditures, fund balances, debt, and transportation data, and they are used through various comparisons. So, any questions you have at this time?
Any questions from the board?
Why did the federal revenue go down? I'm just curious. Adjustments to a grant. Okay.
Adjustments to a grant.
Okay.
Are there questions from the board members? Okay. The recommended action is that the board approve the treasurer's report as presented. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the treasurer's report as is.
As presented?
Presented.
Yep. Motion from board member McCoskey. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from board member Bruner. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. The motion to approve the treasurer's report as presented passes 7-0. Moving on to agenda item 8.01. Dr. Nicole Holt and Dr. Crystal Majors will join us at the podium to give us an update on our governing priority 1, success-ready students.
Give us a second to set up today. We're going to assume that it's up here. Tammy, is my assumption correct? Oh, maybe down here? Yep. Look at you. Okay. Maybe. All right. Good evening, board members. President Kincaid, thank you for your time tonight. We are excited to be sharing with you the first strategic plan official update. So we'll be updating you tonight on success rating students, which you know lives under governing priority 1. I will just reference what you have in front of you, which is a very thick binder. Dr. Lathan already has hers open. She's the premier student right now. In fairness, she did already know about it.
Cheater.
So what you'll have there is a copy of the presentation, as well as tabs identifying you resources and items that may be useful to you as you navigate both the presentation and Dr. Major and I's talking points tonight. So just a resource for you. Full strategic plan also lives in the back, but this might aid you as you follow along. I think we will do our normal process tonight, which will be we'll facilitate dialogue here, and then, or we'll facilitate the presentation here, and then have some dialogue time for questions should they arise at the end. President Kincaid, if that's still a process for tonight, great. So we'll jump right in. We'll see if this is going to click. Here we go. So just as a reminder, you are no stranger to this slide. Pretty much every time Dr. Majors and I come before you, we want to be really clear about our intention for our time together. And so the purpose tonight is really just to give you that pertinent update on what work has occurred relative to governing priority 1, which is success ready students, and any academic work that is aligned to that governing priority. We are not sharing specific data tonight. As you know, some of that is still preliminary with relationship to our district, and then of course we're not going to give you all-encompassing work that just is underway as normal business would be, but really focusing in on what you see lives under governing priority 1. As a reminder, this is no stranger slide to you, nor is the strategic plan something that you are unfamiliar with, but we want to situate where our presentation will live tonight. So obviously of the 4 governing priorities, Success Ready Students is one that Dr. Majors and I take very seriously and are committed to representing as champions for. And so we have been intentional tonight to really organize the presentation around each of those 6 objectives, if you will. And so you'll see that both within your binder and as we move through the presentation. We also didn't want to neglect Dr. Lathan's superintendent goals, which is obviously a large driver in the work of all priorities as well as all departments and sites within the district. So she has identified, and our team is supporting her with 3 goals, the first of which lives in governing, well, the first 2 live within governing priority 1 of Success Ready Students, Objective 1.1 that you see there, and SMART Goal 1.1.1, which is about increasing our % of students meeting proficiency. As you move to goal 2, still living in Success Ready Students, but we're digging a little deeper here around positive classroom environment, specifically how we set high academic and behavioral expectations. It is no stranger to you that we spent a lot of time over the course of the last year setting a vocabulary and processes for how we would look at academics, how we would hold people accountable to academics. And this year we will also prioritize that from a behavioral stance. And so you will see Dr. Lathan as well prioritizing that. And goal 3 lives in governing priority 2, which is around organizational efficiency and excellence, specifically continuing to evaluate and align our positions to really create efficiency and effectiveness for the organization. So again, 2 of the 3 goals we will begin to address tonight. I spoke previously about how the agenda is organized as well as your binder, so you can see here all 6 of the objectives that live within Success Ready Students. We will speak to the work that has occurred thus far within each of those objective areas, and your binder will support you as we move through the presentation. So we'll start with Objective 1.1, which is demonstrating continuous growth toward mastery in all academic areas, which we know is a priority of the board. So just to frame the context of 1.1 specifically, we shared with the system, both leaders and teachers, 3 academic priorities that are system-wide. You saw some of these last year because many of them have remained the same, but we just wanted to reacquaint you with that content. So professional learning communities is the way in which we collaborate in our district, both at the site level and in department teams. There are 4 questions that you see live when we talk about how our staff members engage. These are the 4 questions in which they ask as they come together to collaborate around data and student needs. But we want to also remind you tonight that there are 3 really cultural pieces that live in the work of professional learning communities. It's that we are continuously learning, and we being not only students, but the adults. The better that we equip adults with the learning they need, the better our students acquire the skills they need for mastery. We also talk about collaborative culture. This is the idea that no one person can meet the needs of all kids. And so we have to build collaborative structures that allow us to transfer information to support our students in the best way possible. And then, as always, we remain results-oriented, hoping that our kids are learning is no longer good enough, and what is the evidence that we have that they are or are not attaining mastery towards the standards that will allow them to be successful in the future. Academic priority 2 for our system is Tier 1 instruction. You heard us talk about this all last year, and the conversation continues. Not only are we prioritizing Tier 1 instruction in the way we design for effective teaching, but also in the strategies that we utilize across our classrooms, and that high level of learning occurs for all, not just a specific set of kids, but all subsets of kids. And that those strategies are proven to accelerate learning. We can't spend time in strategies that might have an effect. We have to choose strategies that do yield high effect sizes to accelerate our students to attain mastery. We say this a lot to our academic teams and to our leaders. Lots of people talk about what are you doing for intervention? How are you intervening? What we know to be true is you can't intervene if the core is ineffective. So you have to start with the core, and that's what we've prioritized. This requires a lot of those within the teaching profession. They have to become masters of the standards that they teach, and we have to be able to ensure that that delivery is happening of effective instruction. And finally, clarity of systems. Again, not unfamiliar to you. This was a priority last year. What is different is that we were really setting the foundation for academic expectations, and we're shifting that using a very similar process now, but focusing on behavior. Again, this is a call of the Board of Education for us to evaluate our effectiveness with relationship to behavior across the system, and that is a result of us implementing positive behavioral interventions and support system-wide, otherwise known as PBIS. You can see there a graphic that represents how we intervene, right? We're going to set a really solid foundation in the green, which is what we're going to provide to all. And then we move up the tiers as students show that they're struggling, right? So this is a framework and it's a multi-tiered system. So again, it's just bringing to your recognition those 3 academic priorities as we dive into the work that we've accomplished thus far. So this work of 1.1 is really about measuring. How do we know that the work that we are doing is valuable, that our resources are used in the way that they should be, and that they're focused on true improvement? So one of the ways that we are doing that is through the design of our BSIP, which we call our Building School Improvement Plans. So the language that you're familiar with is a CSIP, the Comprehensive School Improvement Plan, otherwise known as our strategic plan. So it was the charge of Dr. Lathan to Dr. Majors and I to really ensure that there was clear cascading of alignment between the district strategic plan and the building plans that leaders use to guide what they do on their campuses. You have an example of an elementary building school improvement plan, a middle school, and a high school school improvement plan within your binder if you want to look at those closer. So really, this was about intentional design. So what you see is that we have carefully identified the goals for buildings. Now again, they use their data to shape those, but we've set clear goals. We've organized in a way that is data-driven, both local assessments and then assessments that are happening a little bit more frequently, which we'll talk about, which at the district level, which we'll talk about in a minute. And that there are consistent action steps. So in years past, sites have had a lot of autonomy for the action steps that they implement on their campus. So we have tightened down to true action steps, right, that are measurable and that we can ensure are occurring. So they're consistent across K-12, okay? In addition, obviously, you can see that this clearly aligns with some of the focuses that live within the strategic plan. We'd also like to surface that for schools that the state has identified within SPS as comprehensive, that means needing additional support, as well as campuses identified in the bottom 5% by the state. In addition to their building school improvement plan, we have supported them with the development of what we call turnaround plans. So how are you going to accelerate what's occurring on those campuses at a rate higher than campuses that don't find themselves in that bottom 5 or in comprehensive status? You also have a copy of a site turnaround plan within your binder so you can see the difference and how they work collaboratively to support our leaders and teachers. So some things that might not be familiar to you that we want to surface within the BSIP document is this use of essential standards. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, just a reminder, the state provides us standards that should be taught across grade levels. They call them priority standards. What we know is there are far too many of them for us to cover in the entirety of a school year. And so it was the work of our teams to support our campuses with really narrowing down what is the minimum standard that a student must learn to reach high levels, the skills that they have to take with them to be successful in the next grade level. So we had collaborative teams working together across the course of last year in the summer to identify those for all grade levels in core content, ELA and math, and in science and government for high school. So really when we say science and government, what we're meaning is EOC assessed classes or courses. Okay, so we identified 10 in ELA, 10 in math, and 10 within the science and government strands that teachers know are the priority for them to focus on. And we are going to assess on those specific standards. So we have built in assessments within instructional units across grade levels so teachers can get real-time, in-time data of mastery to those essentials. But we also have created what we're calling district common formative or common assessments DCAs, and that's going to help with skill acquisition on a larger scale. It also gives us a site and a district vantage point to see where our students are in mastery of the essentials, both at the classroom level, at the building level, and then all the way up to the district level. So we'll be looking at those, teachers will be looking at those, and as you can see, they'll be recording that on their BSIP. If you look towards the center of the BSIP there, you see where those DCAs will be entered. So these BSIPs are live documents, and people will be entering data across all 3 quarters of the school year. We also will do what we're calling more formal quarterly reviews at both the site level and the district level, that as we move along, that will help us make adjustments in time as needed to the curriculum, and it will help us as we look through adoptions to know what skills might not be working with the current resource that we have. We've also been really intentional with relationship to instructional coaching. So what you see here is, again, clear alignment to how we support the academic work on campuses aligned to the strategic plan. If we talk a little bit more deeply about instructional coaching, really 3 things that we wanted to surface that have occurred since we spoke with you last. And that is that we're providing much more consistent support at the site level than we ever have before. So every site now has an instructional coach that is on their campus dedicated to them between 4 and 5 days a week. That is new. Title sites obviously have some additional coaching support, but the idea here is consistency, that person is able to coach in time and support our teachers and supporting our students. We also had dedicated 2-day learning for leaders and coaches to be together to calibrate and collaborate around the learning that needed to occur on campuses for the upcoming year. So the coach was a strategic thought partner and support as BSIPs were being developed and as they put a plan forward for how they were going to support teachers on the campus. The reason that was important was because we've never had this much consistent support for coaches and leaders to be together. So we wanted to ensure that they were set up to do that work successfully. And we've also identified a shift to what is called a student-centered coaching model. So this coaching is designed to be targeted on increasing student achievement, that it's more results-based and it's focused on learning goals for students. Sometimes coaching in the past has been a little more teacher-focused, and this is a shift to making that coaching, elevating coaching to support student learning. So another item that will surface here is a shift to what we call Club Encore. So again, if that's one of those terms that you're like, I've heard it before, but I can't really remember what it is, that was the prior name of our after-school tutoring program. So some shifts to that are that we are now going to be offering literacy support to qualifying students 4 days a week. So in years past, it's been a 2-day model where qualifying students may have had 2 days of literacy and 2 days of math. And what we know is consistency is the name of the game. So if our students are showing us that they are not scoring proficient, or in other cases scoring well below what we would call proficiency in literacy, they need consistent 4-day after-school support to remediate their gaps. So if students are only qualifying for support in math, they will still have the option for those 2 days, but this is a really targeted way for us to focus on literacy. We also are going to be currently Club Encore, or in the past I should say, Club Encore has been offered for students in grades 2 through 6. And so at our campuses that are in the bottom 5%, we are dropping that down to offering after-school tutoring to our first graders. What we know is the earlier we can intervene, the easier it is for us to lift people to proficiency and to support students with acquiring the skills they're going to need to be successful across the grade levels. So that new name for our after-school tutoring is now Voyagers. So you will not hear us talking Club Encore anymore after today. The after-school tutoring program is being renamed to Voyagers. So what intervention resource are we using? Listed here for you, Voyager Passport. So just a reminder, we have some requirements from the Every Student Succeeds Act, which is what replaced No Child Left Behind, that we use evidence-based intervention when we select resources to support our students who are not on grade level, and this tool utilizes that. It also is aligned to the work of both DESE and the shifts that we're making with relationship to literacy, in that it addresses the 5 essential components. Most effective when it's done at least 30 minutes a day. We will be providing our students more time than that. The instruction is explicit, or another name for that would be direct. It fits easily within curriculums, and it has a formative assessment component. So who's going to be utilizing this? Students who have not made adequate progress in core reading instruction. So the instruction they'll be provided in Voyager will be systematic, and it's meant to accelerate growth. They'll get a variety of practice with skills that they haven't mastered, guided support from teachers, and immediate corrective feedback. So there will not be a lapse in when they don't understand something, right? They're going to be given that corrective feedback to change and eliminate misconceptions before they become habits. Additional instructional support. So what you see on the right is a beautifully new designed curricular canvas course, which Dr. Majors is going to talk about in a little bit, but just a few elements to pull out of that. When we think about how we're providing additional Tier 1 instructional support, something to note is 5th core, which is what we are adding for all 6th through 8th grade students, so our students in middle schools. You might remember that Dr. Latham brought forward strategic reading and writing as an initiative when she first came to SPS to provide really targeted support to students who were not reading on grade level as they got into middle and high school. And so that continues, but this is another option for our students to be what we're calling double blocked for literacy in the middle school. So if I'm a student that qualifies for strategic reading and writing, I go to my core ELA class, but then I also have a double dose of strategic reading and writing. If I don't qualify for strategic reading and writing, I'm still going to my ELA class, but I also get a second block of literacy. That gives me the opportunity for extension or just to help with mastery of those essential standards that I might not have yet acquired. So really doubling down on middle school to getting our students that maybe aren't reading on grade level the opportunity for a boost before they head into high school. Not only that, it gives our students who are reading on grade level additional extension opportunities that hopefully set them up for additional future success. So we're excited to see how that's going to support our middle schoolers. What I'll also note here is if you look at the bottom, and I know it's hard for you to see, but you can see it on your screen, the curriculum team has been working tirelessly to ensure that our Tier 1 lessons, so first time teaching, has an opportunity for reteach and intervention that's provided by the classroom teacher. So that has been written into all of our lesson plans to ensure that teachers have access right then to a reteach if students don't master. And then they also have opportunity for first level intervention within the classroom. So that is a huge shift in support for our teachers. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Majors. Give us a minute here to shimmy and shift.
Okay, good evening, board. I get to cover Objective 1.2 tonight, which is focused on implementing district-adopted curriculum aligned to Missouri learning standards. So earlier, Nicole shared an overview of the updated BSIP. Curriculum implementation is prioritized within the action steps for each goal. So teachers will utilize the newly created district pacing guides and unit plans for Tier 1 instruction, and also that's also what we refer to as first-time teaching. Also, Dr. Holt talked to you about essential standards. We will have timely administration of district assessments that are consistent across campuses. So last winter, you heard the term guaranteed and viable curriculum. A guaranteed and viable curriculum includes the written, taught, and assessed. This should sound familiar to you. The intended curriculum is made up of the standards-based units and lessons that have been developed. The taught is what's actually implemented in the classroom, and the assessed curriculum is what is assessed to measure the attainment of learning. Dr. Holt touched on the fact that we can no longer implement the curriculum without monitoring whether or not students are learning. Okay, so here you see our brand new Canvas course that was redesigned. One of the goals of the curriculum team was to make our curriculum resources easily accessible for teachers. So the written, taught, and assessed curriculum is now easily accessible through our redesigned curriculum Canvas course. It's been redesigned to streamline the process with 3 clicks. So a teacher can go to the Canvas course and access their curriculum in 3 clicks. So on this slide, you have it in front of you. It walks you through how to get to the intended, implemented,
assessed curriculum, as well as intervention resources for reteach. Okay, so on this slide, you'll see another improvement that we made to our curriculum is the team developed content matrices. So each content area created a matrix. So the best way to explain the matrix is think the big picture. So the matrix includes what standards are being taught and in which quarter they're being taught, and that is kind of the year plan for a teacher. Along with the matrix, we have brand new curriculum guides. So one thing, prior to this year, the curriculum guides were very inconsistent. Every grade level, content area, curriculum guide looked different. Now they're consistent from across kindergarten and 12th grade. They include the I can statements, formative and summative assessments, and then daily lesson plans that include the basic elements of effective teaching. Okay, so the curriculum team has recently made shifts to our K-5 literacy curriculum to improve alignment to DESE and Senate Bill 681. So the shifts were tied to reading instruction aligned with the 5 pillars of literacy, which included a re-scope and sequence of our phonics whole group in kindergarten, and first grade is in process. We're working on that tirelessly. It will be done soon. So the shifts include an additional focus on phonics and phonological awareness, also within the new guided reading lesson plan, and we also created new detailed planners for teachers to guide them in planning their small group reading lessons. Okay, on August 17th, over 2,000 educators were provided training at Teach Forward on all of the resources that were just shared with you. We prioritized professional learning for teachers by increasing Teach Forward from 3 hours to 6 hours. In the afternoon, teachers collaborated around new curriculum adoption resources or the scope and sequence of courses at the secondary level.
Yeah. So objective 1.3, this is your favorite objective. We've had a lot of dialogue around this objective. So you have, okay, is anybody else distracted by
I'm
the?
distracted. Yeah. Very distracted.
What is
The
it?
bug.
Sorry.
It's a cricket.
Well, it's going towards Steve.
Dr.
There's a
Layton
little
has something
cricket
with you.
maybe underneath. Sorry.
Can't hurt you.
Guys. And everybody at home
There it
is
is.
like, what are they talking about? Security. Jim.
He just came. He's right underneath.
Oh, there it is, right there. Smash it.
Oh,
Well, it's right there.
not gonna hurt anything.
Put the mic down there for it.
I know.
Yeah, no kidding.
Is this a part of my time now? Are you distracting us?
I do. But it's going
All right.
that way. It's coming.
Okay, bring it back.
It won't hurt.
Should I do the light clap?
Okay, we're good.
Okay, so in your mind, sorry, it was like big and black. Okay, so objective 1.3, you have slides here, but I believe you also have the discipline next steps. So if you'll recall, we met board retreat in May of 2023, and we outlined those 15 steps. So some of what you'll see in the work of objective 1.3 is directly from those next steps. Just wanted to give you the eye to that resource. So again, this is a slide that was very familiar to all of our leaders as we laid expectations for the 23-24 school year. PBIS is something that we are implementing K-12, not just implementing, but ensuring that that implementation is occurring in a successful way and is having an impact on students. So you can see that we are asking leaders to produce artifacts. So we should see evidence when we're in campuses of implementation, and that we should be able to see that data to show the return on investment and support for students as we implement PBIS. So it is a part of the BSIP. So the next several slides will walk you through, again, some of those 15 steps that we've already completed with relationship to student culture and discipline. So at the close of last school year, we did require 1 hour of professional learning, site-based, setting the expectations and planning for what was coming in this coming year. So the outcomes for that particular training are here for you, as well as how we laid out the agenda for that time. In addition, we, over the course of the summer, had what we're calling leader discipline calibration training. So essentially, we identified last year that there were certain things that we needed to ensure that leaders and those who support with student discipline had more intensive training on, and you can see those listed in the outcomes. So this wasn't just about entry, right? So I don't want to confuse. It says entering student discipline in eSchool. That was a portion, but it was much larger than that in that we were supporting them with supporting leaders with calibrating. How do we ensure that what's happening with discipline and how it's handled at Hillcrest is also the same way, or for the most part, the same way that discipline is handled at Glendale, etc. So this is the idea of calibration around consequences and progressive discipline. In addition to reviewing the student handbook, do we know what is within it and how we should outline discipline for students as it occurs on our campus? And then we really worked with leaders to ensure that they understood, with the addition of focus rooms at the elementary and middle school level, how students were going to process through that and enter and exit. So setting some protocols for that as well. So that ended up being a 3-hour training. We offered it several times across the summer, and you can see that we trained lots of leaders as well as support staff that help us with discipline on our campuses. In addition, we were asked to really dig into providing and equipping our leaders with PBIS training. So we did a 3-hour training on August 10th for all of our leaders. Again, outcomes are listed there. When you think about ensuring that a leader can go back and lead the work, this was really about setting them up for success. We partnered with the University of Missouri and as well as the state to help us with the development of that training, and they will continue to support us as we implement across this year. And then something that I know we're all really proud of and we're super excited about was the offering of substitute teacher training with relationship to behavior and classroom management. So we had nearly 150 subs attend across the course of 3 days. And this really gave them heightened understanding of PBIS, but also really key takeaway management strategies that they could implement no matter what classroom that they stepped into. We talked about communication, we talked about verbal and nonverbal, we gave them strategies, and I would say anybody that was there or leading that training, this was a real bright spot for the summer. Mm-hmm. When we think about, so moving past a little bit of training and then moving into some of the other ways in which we're supporting our students with the highest level of needs, Dr. Lathan really charged our special services and academic teams, and when we say special services, we're talking about special education, so again, want to make sure we're all speaking the same language. We were really charged with thinking, our students that are identified with having an IEP, how are we ensuring that they're getting the highest level of support they can in the least restrictive environment? And so what that led to was really 3 different dialogues. 2 were about restructuring programming or teams that we already have in place, and 1 was about the creation of a more alternative setting for students that had already been identified with the IEP. And so you see those listed here. The next several slides will walk you through in more detail each one of these. So we'll dig into the restructure of the behavior support team. So this is really about increasing our district level team to respond in our schools and help provide ongoing support and training and monitoring for any behaviors that are coming up with our students identified with an IEP. So the how of that is that we've really tweaked the how they will request that additional support, those teachers, and then that we'll deploy our behavioral counselors, our BCBAs, and our behavior techs really to help identify needs, go out and support, and ensure that there's that ongoing training as differing needs occur across the school year. The second is really about a restructure to our EBS programs. So education for our students in the school setting. So these programs are within our normal neighborhood schools. These specific programs are. And this is just about increasing the intensity of support by ensuring that school psychologists, our LPCs, that they can continue to work with our special services social workers to ensure that the needs that students have are being addressed and that additional supports are being provided. So again, this is just about how we're continuing to support as unique needs arise, which is what we are seeing happening on a more recurring basis. So probably the one that maybe you're the most interested in hearing about is how we are accelerating support for current students already receiving IEP support who there's already been dialogue or has been ongoing dialogue with that particular student and their families about increasing intensity of supports, so of the services that they previously had. And what that looks like is us providing an environment where they are getting not only intensive academic support, but intensive counseling and other related therapies to support them with the acquisition of skills that they need to be successful. And so we are calling that program the Academic Behavior Support Program, because we love a good acronym. It'll be ABS. And how this will work is very specific and targeted case management. That is going to include access for those students in a smaller setting to have individual counseling should they need it, group counseling, which is really going to be about social skill management and personal management, and then family counseling services. So we're happy to report that today, on the first day of school, we have 8 students that are already enrolled in this unique program. And I think maybe 2 of those 8 have already agreed to do some of the family support counseling services, which we know is really the key to ensuring success for these students. So you can see how many layers of support we're pouring in. Again, the 4 teachers and 8 paras is when we're running to full capacity, which we are not right now, right? So there's 1 classroom that we have going, two classrooms that we have going right now there, 1 for elementary and 1 for middle school. This program is currently being located at Old Sherwood. So we'll be in dialogue around program details moving forward, but for the time being, that's where those classrooms are. We will look to integrate additional students into the program across the first quarter with the goal of about 10 to 12 students per classroom. So we're really excited about this work and hopeful that it will meet the need that has been identified by both families, students, and teachers. So as we stay in the vein of alternative, I thought it would be good just here to surface a little bit for the board the programs that are currently available at Studi Alternative Center. So there are really 4 programs. SOAR is the first, which is our sophomore opportunity for academic recovery. So this serves our secondary students who didn't successfully complete the required number of credits in their freshman year. It's really a shot in the arm to get them. I will tell you, our high school principals and teams are doing a really amazing job of catching these students before they need the intervention of SOAR, which is a celebration. And so that work will continue, but for those that do still need that intensive support, we have it. Studi High obviously resides at Studi Alternative Center. This is academic and personal needs of students who just need an alternative setting outside of traditional school. We also provide the nursery program there for students who might need access to that. And then we have 2 suspension, essentially, programs that run at Studi. ACE is our short-term suspension. I tried to highlight for you what's important about that. So that's students in grades 6 through 12 who have a short-term suspension. That could be anything lasting from 1 day all the way up to 10 days. And then Solutions is our suspension that's of a long-term basis. So when they are suspended from their resident building following a review meeting, most of the time those students we send to launch, and that will be a process that we'll continue to use. So just again, reminding you what's currently there as you think about how we're making some modifications for the future. So Studi High, under the leadership of now Dr. Nicole Davis, is really working hard to rebrand, if you will, or to make Studi a place where kids feel like they belong, right? It's really our 6th high school. And one of the ways we do that is by ensuring they have access to elective, career education, and club offerings. So we're working really hard to ensure that those things can occur for students once they're at Studi. And we also have increased the school day there, which is going to allow, just like all of our other campuses, our Studi students to have access to daily intervention, which was not built into their schedule in previous years. So a 20-minute extension of that school day is allowing for our students to be in what they're calling branch out, which will have some daily intervention opportunities as well as these additional elective career education offerings. So when you think about middle school, we continue to hear about the need for middle school and elementary alternative placement. The prior model we talked to you about was really about students already identified with an IEP, right? So what about all of our other students who may have additional needs beyond the scope of the regular classroom that might need a different setting? So when we think about that, we have some middle school and some elementary options that we're exploring across this school year. So with relationship to middle school, exploration of a middle school alternative placement, we are calling those impact classrooms. So we have pilot, well really it's not a pilot, they're happening, impact classrooms at 4 of our middle schools. They are utilizing a certified teacher to do small group settings, so 6 students or less. They are providing intensive support on personal management. Again, you shift from elementary to middle school and a lot changes. And so how do we help those students who are needing that additional support, right? But the difference between some of our pull-out placement, like you'll see with RISE, and this middle school program is that they will reside, those classrooms will reside on the middle school campus. They will be in the impact classroom, but as they build the skill sets, they can start to transition immediately back to their other courses in the middle school. So that is something we're exploring, like I said, in 4 of our middle schools to give that behavior, intervention, and personal management as soon as we see the deficits start to occur. As students work through that, if they're unsuccessful in impact classrooms, we're collaborating with Studi to see if we might be able to do a RISE version, and I say RISE because we're about to talk about elementary, model for those students to transition to that are middle school. So we'll also be talking through that at second semester of this year. And then of course we're making modifications to RISE, which is not unfamiliar to you. Here is the updated information about our elementary alternative program. So last year, the teachers and staff at Sherwood Elementary were gracious enough to open their doors to say, hey, we're ready to help with this program for our elementary kids. We've reassessed, and that program will this year reside at Studi Alternative Center. It will have 3 dedicated classrooms, 2 that will be for classroom teaching, and 1 that will be a care room, which will really be about establishing safety and classroom respite for those that need to go out of the regular classroom. There will be 1 site-based clinician, 2 paraprofessionals, and 2 school-based support specialists from Burrell that will assist. That model did not change from last year. Again, the shift will be that our goal is to give a quick shot in the arm level of support to our youngest learners and get them back into their regular homeschool building. So think intensive support so that they can transition back and be set up for success back at their home school. So we're looking at 20 student max, 10 per classroom here, and we will be evaluating across the first quarter to see about transitioning students back much quicker than we were able to do with the prior RISE program. And then it would be, we've spent a lot of time talking about PBIS, and I just want to combat the narrative that conscious discipline and the work that we've done in our district with that is in conflict with PBIS. It is not. It is another way in which we can support students and teachers with remaining calm and navigating when we have discipline disruptions in our classrooms. So we were able to host a week-long academy at the end of July and the first part of August, and we had nearly 200 educators and leaders that were able to attend that. A follow-up to that is we provided an additional full-day learning, conscious discipline specifically targeted to leaders that followed the academy. So again, rich learning opportunities happening as we think about how we're impacting student culture and meeting the needs of students as well as the strategic plan objectives in 1.3.
Okay, so objective 1.4 commits to reviewing programming to ensure equitable access to opportunities for all students. So we know that effective communication between parents and schools is paramount to ensure we meet the well-being, growth, and success of all students in SPS. So currently, all SPS employees have access to Language Line as a means to communicate with our multilingual families, but new this year, we're excited to share that parents and families will be able to initiate communication to the school. So our current toll-free number is from the school to home, but with our additional toll-free number, the parents can actually call the school and have a direct line, a direct interpreter to speak to the nurse, to the classroom teacher. So we're really excited about that addition through our ELD department. Also, our ELD department is partnering with Missouri State to offer free classes for our ELD families. And the great thing about this class is it's open to the parents to help them learn the English language, but it's also open to children so they can bring their children with them. The ELD department also partnered with the curriculum team to add QSSSA supports to our math curriculum. They're also providing 7 steps training to teachers and leaders. And then our lead team is also following the same student-centered coaching model with the rest of our coaches, so we can implement that through the ELD department as well. And then we're excited that student handbooks were printed this year in Spanish for our Spanish-speaking families.
Okay, we will also be launching the Family Opportunity Exchange, which is a partnership program really designed to capitalize on existing trusting relationships with leaders of established community affinity groups and local families. So we're hosting the first Lunch and Learn in a week, and this will be an opportunity for us to listen carefully to families with diverse school experiences so that we can work together to address barriers to those students' success in education. The goal is to create a sustainable pathway for communication so we can problem solve around those barriers. So last week we had a really exciting event. We kicked off our Future Educator program. So I wanted to first mention that in the first cohort we had 7 participants, and 3 of the 7 were hired for certified teaching positions for the 2023-24 school year. So that's a huge celebration. We just signed the second cohort. We signed 5 incoming participants for the 23-24 school year. Okay, we are excited to continue partnering with local bank partners to provide 6 experiences over the course of the year for our SOB students. In addition, so with the 6 experiences, 5 of those will be held at one of our partner banks, which you see listed under our goal. Those experiences will be focused on financial concepts and career opportunities in the industry. We'll also be partnering with SOB to launch our Sister to Sister program, which is the female equivalent of Brother to Brother at 3 high schools. Okay, so objective 1.5 is all about providing high-quality professional learning for teachers and staff aligned to evidence-based best practices. So you've heard a lot tonight about the curriculum supports that are in place, but this objective is all about how are we preparing our teachers to do what we're asking them to do. So last, Lead Forward was launched last May. You probably remember us talking about that. The 7 sessions that you see on the left were offered for a team from every single campus across the system. All guiding coalitions attended. We had PLC experts from Solution Tree. It was a 2-day event, and we had over 500 participants. So also we launched, Dr. Holt talked about this briefly, this spring we launched our first district-wide 2 days of learning for leaders and coaches. Again, focused on student-centered coaching, the results-based coaching tool. And also we were able to share DESE updates and literacy guidance to prepare our coaches and leaders for those literacy updates that teachers were receiving just last week. And we had over 150 participants. So I won't talk about each one of these opportunities. This is, you'll remember that Dr. Holt talked to you about the summer leadership development. If you will refer to, I believe, in your binder tab 1.5, you'll notice the discipline plan next steps that Dr. Holt already referred to. A lot of the training opportunities listed on the slide are specific to that. We began with work groups. We had 24 leaders that attended a PLC Institute. You'll also notice on this slide we provided new additional trainings for new principals to SPS, an assistant principal and principal partnership training, and then finally in August, leaders received training on current instructional practices and also our Kick-Up platform, which is what we're utilizing this year to evaluate educators. Okay, so we kicked off Learn, Lead, Succeed. We were excited to have 220 participants and 40 new leaders. We connected around data, academic priorities, and then we collaborated around operational updates. This is one of our very favorite events because this year we welcomed nearly 300 new educators to SBS. And so this is one of their first training, actually I think it was their first day of induction days, where they received updates around curriculum, assessment, and everything they need to be a successful first-year teacher in SBS. Okay, this event will look familiar to you. We couldn't miss the opportunity to highlight our back-to-school bash. We want to give a quick shout-out to Jen Webb and Rob Kroll for hosting. We were excited. We saw lots of team spirit from different departments and school teams. Really excited about that event.
last but not least, objective 1.6, which is about how we enhance learning and educational opportunities that are connected to the real world. So a couple updates here to provide you. So when we think about our choice programs, a couple expansion opportunities to remind you of this year. Ag Academy, 6 classrooms now occurring over there. You know that we've been excited about the opportunity, continues to grow for our students. Jarrett obviously opened a little bit later the middle of year last year, but again, STEAM programming is a priority with that building, and they're kicking off and starting this year with that across the building. Obviously, we're in the development stages of Reed Academy with a rebrand of a Finding Performing Arts School. And then very soon, we will be relocating our Academy of Exploration to Fairview School, which is right outside of the Hillcrest campus, and adding 2 additional classrooms there. We appreciate both the leadership and the flexibility of our AOE teachers and families as they are in Old Sherwood right now, but we'll very soon be relocating, and we're excited for that. So when we think about Launch Missouri Workforce, you heard about this a lot in the academic update last year. Dr. Lathan has access to our latest magazine here, our Access magazine from Launch. And there's a huge spread in there about the successful PLTW partnership. So we are going to be allowed to offer virtual STEM education opportunities for students across the state via this platform, Launch Missouri Workforce. So 8 courses will be offered across 3 strands, and there's 4 new pathways that will be available to students this year, including agribusiness, engineering, health sciences, hospitality, and tourism management. So we're excited about the continued expansion there. Always looking at our CTE work and allowing courses and pathways to count toward MSIP via the approval from DESE. So that obviously will help us and help our students have access to really great programming. And then just development of career and technical student organizations that will be occurring virtually is new as we think about what's happening this coming year. Career and technical education development, a couple highlights here. You can see the courses that are being added. So marketing at Hillcrest and PLTW Biomed at Parkview and Hillcrest would mean that we now have marketing available to all of our high schools, as well as health science programming at all of our high schools with those top 2 additions. So something to note there. Teaching as a profession at Parkview, that is obviously a pipeline as we think about our Grow Your Own program and our future educators. Again, those dual credit and practicum hours that are earned through that particular pathway help our students leave with paraprofessional certification. They can start that access early. And then you've already heard or saw tonight from our students leading the pledge. So we have 10 juniors kicking off the inaugural Fly SPS class. That's our partnership with OTC and Premier Flight. As well, we're working, Dr. Kinzinger is here, but establishing 6 advisory boards with higher education and business partners. So those are focused on career education. They consist of staff, students, and industry and post-secondary partners. So really helping us as we think about designing content and curriculum that's going to support the needs of our community. And then expanding opportunities to our middle schools in the following areas: biomedical, computer science, and engineering. So some career and tech updates. We also, in our continued efforts to create efficiencies and organize in a way that best supports our students, we established the College and Career Readiness Department, which is an alignment of the 3 teams that you see there. We adjusted some roles and enhanced support at our high schools by offering additional college access specialists, so they now can reside full-time to support our students at high school, as well as support expansion into middle school. So we're excited about the continued work of that specific department. So as we bring our time together to a close, just a reminder to you, obviously 6 objectives. We've talked a lot about the incredible work that is by no means only work that Dr. Majors and I have been involved in, but we stand up here representing a large militia of people who are really going out and doing the work. But I think the thing that we would be remiss not to address is we can have the best laid plans for accomplishing all of these objectives, but if we don't have students in classrooms, it is all for loss. So we are really prioritizing students in our classrooms every single day. Many of you were at Good Morning Springfield, where Dr. Lathan launched her game day challenge to the community as well as to the district. We have 172 days of school this year, and our goal is for our students to be in those classrooms every single day. So much as we've prioritized academics as well as culture and behavior, we also laid clear plans for how internally we're going to support students with coming to school, identifying roles and responsibilities at the building level. We've set up schedules for success meetings when we start to see, and contracts when we start to see students who we either already know have had attendance problems in the past or are starting to show attendance concerns as the year progresses. And we are really going to get specific with how we utilize our attendance advisors to help get our students to school. So we've laid the expectation internally for our campuses and for our department leaders. But again, we also, Dr. Lathan set some objectives for the community as well, how we can help meet those attendance needs in a larger team of support, encouraging students to be there every day, partnering with our parents. They're our best ally and resource. And then how can we support the community in better understanding the importance of regular school attendance? So just this idea that attendance matters, and that's how we're really going to impact success-ready students. Which is all leading us to, we always end this presentation with where we're going to be at the end, which is our one of the most fun things we do every year, which is SPS graduation. So if your calendar isn't marked yet, Saturday, May 18th, and there is the schedule all in one day. It is a long day, and we are tired, but man, is it worth it. So mark your calendars now for that. So thank you for the time tonight. We tried to be brief, but also give you enough to chew on. And we'll leave you with saying SPS United, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh. Dr. Lathan, your team has been a little busy this summer.
Just a little bit.
So I saw...
Well, mostly tonight if you all keep it moving, but... We will sleep. Yeah.
I saw my fellow board members making notes, so who would like to begin with any questions or comments?
Thank you for this very, very thorough presentation. I appreciate that we are keeping our eye on our strategic plan and that we're going to be having these regular updates. It does help us to keep in mind what our goals are and how we're moving forward to them. I saw a lot of changes that have been made, restructuring, reorganizations that have been based on feedback and research, and that's really exciting. I know that change takes time, but I see a lot of positive indicators of moving in the right direction.
Do you have any other questions or comments?
I have some. I took some notes in here. There's so many, but I'll just pull up a couple that I know that I had. I know that when we were talking about behavior in particular, we have supports for IEP students and supports for non-IEP students. And for the IEP students, I heard you talk about transitioning back into the classroom for the non-IEP students. For the IEP students, is there a plan for, is this like a self-contained classroom where they stay there all the time, or will they also have a plan towards moving back to a less restrictive environment?
That's always our goal, right? Whether they're identified as having IEP or not, that we provide them the access to the least restrictive environment. Certainly, these dialogues have included our parents who have said, yes, I think this type of full day environment will help my student acquire the skills they need. But then, yes, with the understanding that the IEP team can reconvene and we can change placement as the student acquires and meets their IEP goals.
Who is providing the first level instructional support in the classrooms when you talked about the instructional support, it's slide 18?
Sorry, let me click back just so I can see it.
Talk about,
so you're talking about the reteach and intervention?
Yes.
Right, so those are, when we think about Tier 1 instruction, the narrative that we're trying to shift and support our teachers with, right, is they teach Tier 1 instruction essential standards. They also have the opportunity now built within their curriculum to do a reteach, right? Reteach should be provided by the classroom teacher. But then we also provide them an intervention. That doesn't mean that students might not still access pull-out intervention as identified needs, for those students arise. But giving and equipping the teacher with those opportunities to reteach and provide in-time intervention in the classroom that's built into their current core curriculum.
So I understand that usually at Tier 1, that's all teacher-led, but we're talking about additional small group supports, yes?
Yes.
And the teacher's going to provide the same small group supports, it's not push in from someone else, no aid or someone else.
The way that for this slide, yes, what you're talking about is what we're talking about here. Now, are there other interventions where they might pull out or push in? 100%, and those are still occurring for qualifying students and qualifying campuses.
Trying to get through everything. It was one of the rooms for the behavior, you were talking about providing safety and respite, a care room. Who's providing that and what kind of training do they have?
So you can see on slide 38, this is the group of teachers and supports who will be providing that. So when you think about, we have 4 teachers, that's 2 teachers per classroom. So should a student need respite, they can go with one of the teachers and or paraprofessionals, or it could be that they might go with the borough social workers that we are specialists that we also have supporting that system. So there's a variety of people depending on the need that might arise.
So we're not talking about additional supporting faculty or the FTE for this RISE or other behavior programs that we have?
It is additional paraprofessionals from what the original RISE allocation was.
When we talked about English language development on page 44, what is QSSSA?
Okay, so QSSSA, and Merica's in the audience, will quiz me here, but you start with a question, and then a STEM, the student has an opportunity to respond, and then the teacher listens, monitors. So it is a direct instructional strategy to utilize while teaching.
It is only being added to the English language development population or other populations?
It's in all of our curriculum, all of our math curriculum. It's embedded throughout all of the curriculum. Now, what we know about those supports for our English language learners is that if we have a student who's below basic or has trouble with language and reading, those supports are going to be beneficial to them. So they're embedded throughout all of the curriculum, the math curriculum. We started this year with that, and we'll continue to expand.
That's all I have at the moment. If something else comes up, I'll come back. But yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members with questions or comments?
I gotta make a few questions or comments. The student handbooks we got copies of, can I ask a question about that? I guess that was in here somewhere, right?
Sure.
It looked like we're asking them to be sent home and signed and brought back, correct? And I think it said in there they'll make up to so many attempts, calling, emailing, whatever. Are we tracking those coming back? Are we tracking it at a district level?
Yes.
So can we get an update on a percentage at whatever appropriate time of how many of those we actually saw come back signed? Thank you. I noticed let me also, before I ask 2 questions that might seem nitpicky or critical or whatever, I just want to say that this is thorough, and it does seem like, to me, certainly very intentional and positive steps towards acknowledging ways we can get better. So, very great, thank you. On this BSIP, I was looking at it and it just brought up a question to mind. It said an example of climate and culture SMART goal. The number of students with this incident would decrease from 26.59% to 20%. How do you, if you set a goal like that, how do you make sure that it has the intended effect? I mean, how do you make sure that it's just not being recorded? I mean, for example, you could have 2 different building leaders with a similar example, a similar situation where a second grader is running down the hallway swearing, right? And one of them might write the student up and it gets reported, and one of them might talk to them and send them back to class. So it seems like if you wanted to fix, if your only goal is to reduce it from 26% to 20%, that'd be pretty easy to do. You just kind of change how you report it. So how do you prevent that?
Yeah, and we've definitely, the system before has played that game, right? Like we've, in prior strategic plans, there's been goals that have been set in that way, and what the misinformation that leaders hear from a campus level is stop suspending, stop entering discipline, or whatever. And so we were very clear when we wrote the visa, and in addition, it was part of that 3-hour training that they had, was the idea of calibration. So we don't have, so we gave specific scenarios where you might see this on a campus for this age group, and leaders, how would you respond? And they assessed individually, and then were given the option to dialogue. Well, I would have done this, and here's why, or you would have done this, and here's why. In addition, we had teams working on what we called a more progressive scope for how that discipline is assigned, right? So setting some standards for this offense might look like this, and you might enact discipline or behavior in this way, but for this, you might do that. So we talked a lot about what we do ahead of a suspension and why. In addition, we talked about the implementation of PBIS, which is a proactive approach, right? We're going to set these expectations. We're going to teach it specifically, and we were across the district in lots of places today and saw a ton of PBIS boot camps going on from elementary all the way to high school, which has never happened before, right? Teachers in every classroom saying, here is the matrix for our building, and here is what we expect, so that students explicitly know this is how we learn and behave in this environment. So I think it's the proactive pieces. And then it's the just being really honest with leaders, which we did. We said, this is not about us saying that you can't suspend students, right? When disruptive behaviors occur in your classroom that meet these things, right? The handbook spells it out for you very clearly. And we gave leaders authority to take action when that is the case. But we also had conversations around what's best for students and how we ensure that what we're reporting is accurate, right? So again, there's an element of it that's we're going to trust that we have that dialogue and that leaders are equipped to make those decisions, and that that's going to impact what's happening in a culture on a building. But what's in a visa is what's getting monitored. So I have EDs and directors who are going to campuses, looking at data on a monthly basis with their leaders and saying, talk to me about these numbers, talk to me about what's going on, let's look at what's problematic or what's coming in, what interventions are you going to put into place. So what gets monitored gets done. So that's the assurance, is by writing it in the visa, by setting clear goals, by being proactive, and by following up. We hope, right, that we're creating more positive culture in our campuses. It's not just about suspension. This is a much larger conversation about the classroom environments we want to see.
So from the monitoring standpoint of the administration monitoring a visa or building, would you say it's reasonable to believe that some buildings might be heading in the right direction if next year they had more discipline incidents reported than the year prior? I mean, that's possible, right?
And we had that conversation too, right?
So how do you monitor the difference? I guess how are we monitoring, if that's the goal, if the goal is to decrease the incidents, how do you monitor that? Because maybe that's not what needed to happen.
Correct.
Maybe some were going unreported and now we need to report more. So I guess what is...
So while this is the metric that's in the VSIP, right, that we talked about and agreed upon, what would show return on investment for the work that was happening, we are looking at other data points. This is one data point that's written in that we're driving a plan around, but we look at multiple other data points to inform what's happening, right? So if we see that a leader is being more tight on how they're doing things, which then causes an increase, we have those conversations. So it's really going to be in the dialogue that lives around this guiding document. And it will be a building by building individual conversation that we hope overall, right, results in positive change for kids.
Okay, thank you. And I said, I think one more comment, and I've made this comment before, but I think it's just, I guess from my point of view, worth reiterating. For objective 1.6, I think I just interpret that objective differently, and I keep hearing it come back being interpreted. It says enhance real-world educational opportunities for all students. And when we were working on the strategic plan and talking about the language in that, to me, this does not mean what ends up being shown first here in the first few slides. We talked about enhancing opportunities, real-world opportunities for all students, and then the first thing we talk about is what we're doing on choice program expansion and on Fly SPS and marking at Hillcrest. And to me, that objective 1.6 is about how we can impact all students in the sort of tier 1 classroom level. An example would be digital literacy or personal finance class, like stuff like that, not a program that is only available for a few dozen students. So I just want to reiterate that, and I don't mean to tear it apart, but I just want to reiterate that that is my interpretation of Objective 1.6, and I hope that we can continue to improve on that. And I don't want to be confused or distracted by our choice programs or choice program expansion, because I don't think that fits into what 1.6 is actually saying.
Yeah, so we're going to live by whatever lives on this page in the strategic plan, right? So I would say that modifications to that, or the board making a decision about adjustments to what that might actually mean, we are going to flow exactly from the key metrics, the targets, and the strategies that were approved. Right, so our job will be to report on what's already identified there, and if at some point the board wants to engage in a dialogue about shifting some of those, then I think we would be happy to engage. But
I think what I'm saying is I think it's there. I just think there's a difference in interpretation of what it actually means.
I think there is a difference in interpretation, because the way we interpret it, and then just based on experience and being a former what we used to call vocational education teacher, now it's career and technical education teacher, these are real world opportunities, whether they're in our choice programs or at our high schools. When you talk about personal finance, that's a business course at a high school that is incorporated. So those opportunities exist, but these were the ones that we are spotlighting. But that's how we, that's how I interpret it, and that's how I, based on all the conversations that were held last fall when we were developing the strategic plan.
Okay. Any other board members with questions or comments?
I don't know. I really would like to comment with regards to the calibration part of it. You know, I think it's so important. I've always had a focus on discipline and the issues that we've had within the school district. And one of those issues was that we weren't consistent among the schools. Now, I know we've had the training. It was 3 hours, I think we had, and then several different types of training. But following the calibration, it's kind of like a reset. Okay, this is where we are. Now you can start evaluating and collecting the data, and then you make the adjustments from there. So did I miss where the adjustments were going to come in? Is it just like where the EDs come in, and that's when those adjustments will be addressed?
So I certainly think as we collect data, right, connected back to the BSIP about how discipline is coming in, how it's being entered, how the narratives are being written, that we won't just be able to say, yeah, we did that 3-hour training and it's done, right? It's going to be the ongoing dialogue that's happening both when EDs are on campuses and when they come together to learn together monthly. Right, that reviewing our discipline data and having conversations about things that seem off, right? If we see a significant spike in something or even a drop in something, having that conversation around what's occurring that caused that shift in the data, right? So we by no means think, we've done a lot of training, right? We've provided some really rich learning opportunities for leaders and teachers, but that isn't the only thing, right? It's the continual monitoring, as Dr. Lathan keeps reminding us, that's really going to show change.
Do you see this year as a baseline to begin with this? Is it, I mean, compared to the previous years that we've had?
Yeah, I mean, I think so when you think specifically about just where we are with academics and where we are with the prioritized 1.3 strategic plan, right? The approval of that mid-year last year now drives how we're planning moving forward.
So for the board to be able to actually have a good feeling about this. We're going to have to go through a whole year here, I think, in order, because this is the year for the baseline, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
Right?
I think we can use the data from a prior year as a point of comparison. Now, whether the board chooses for that to be baseline, I think will be up for dialogue. If you think you'd rather know after a year of implementation where we were, or if we want to look at where we were before and see how the changes implemented impacted that.
I think the important part about that, though, is the severity of the infractions, I think. And I think you can have multiple infractions, which means that consistency within the initial education and trying to have that calibration. But by bringing down the level of infractions, I think would be a true testament that it is working, because you want to get to a point where you don't want them to go, farther into any disciplinary measures. You want to keep it down to the lowest level possible, which means that by intervention, you'll be able to get them back in the classroom and they can learn what they're supposed to do, and you'll have less problems. That's kind of the way I look at it. It's just a thought process here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good job too today with this presentation.
I'd like to comment on what Board Member Murkowski is saying about the calibration. Just from a human standpoint, it's not always easy just to calibrate between a mom and a dad, let alone every administrator in the district. I mean, people have different tolerance levels for different things. I know, having spent many years at the high school level, high school principals spend a good amount of time when they bring the assistants back calibrating in their own building, because APs work with different parts of the alphabet. So how can we be consistent at Kickapoo High School that this assistant principal is working or is giving the same consequences this? Okay, you get my drift. So it's hard even at the building level. But I think that the efforts, I think it's been needed, and I think the district has noted the need for it. It will be no small thing, though, to get it done. And I know from experience that the directors and executive directors are spending a lot more time out in the buildings. And a lot of it is walking the halls and calibrating even how to monitor and evaluate teachers, which all of that has been going on for the last year or two, which is, it has been a big help. So I'm hopeful in terms of what you all are suggesting with the calibrating of discipline, but I don't think anybody should assume this is going to be easy. It's not a one and done kind of thing. And it's just like any kind of learning curve. We're going to have, and we have different personalities and different building cultures. I mean, that's just the way it is. So you have to appreciate that and work with it. But I do think it's, I think it's a good thing. As far as baseline, I think that's interesting. I always saw every school year as a new baseline, because this is the one business where we all get to start fresh every year. I mean, everybody's got an A in algebra on the first day. And so it may go down as the year goes forward, but everybody's at the top of their game in the beginning. And I don't know many professions other than education that really have that kind of an opportunity to start fresh and to look at things from a new perspective each and every year. So we're very lucky in that regard. I'm so impressed that you're training substitute teachers. It's not, I've been a substitute teacher, it is not easy. And so I think that training is spot on. I'm impressed that you did that. I'm really impressed, having recently worked at Studio Alternative Center. I'm really pleased and impressed of some of the changes that I'm hearing are being made over there. It was good before. I think you're taking it to great. And so I appreciate that from students and families that will really benefit from the expertise at that location. It's hard in the school business sometimes to compare the apples to apples, and that goes back to where's the baseline. as handbooks change and consequences change. But at any rate, I am very impressed that we have so many supports in place. And still, some kids are going to, we're going to struggle. So I just think it's impressive. And as I said to Dr. Lathan about you and everyone else that's put this together, I don't know if you got any sleep at all this summer. It's very comprehensive, it's very impressive, and it's very focused. And when people say to me, hey, I read that our test scores are down or whatever, I won't even know where to begin that conversation, because there's so much being done right now to fix it. And I'm impressed with the conversation and the emphasis on literacy. That, I heard somebody say, I think it was you, Dr. Holt, doubling down on middle school literacy. I think that's fantastic. I'm impressed with the balanced approach in K-5 with small group reading. They've always done that. But I heard emphasis on phonemic awareness and phonics. That's good, as well as guided reading, which is really gets into the comprehension piece. You can't have one without the other. So there are just so many things that I think are to be applauded in this plan, and I'm just very impressed. I really, really am, and I thank you all for all that you did. I think I've talked about everything that I circled, but at any rate, thank you.
So there's a lot to take in here, but it's necessary for us, and it's much appreciated, all the work you guys have put into this. Question on slide number 16. The club encore restructuring, after tutoring. It's great that you're offering literacy 4 days a week. And required, if the students who qualify, I guess if they qualify for below grade level, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, going to literacy. And I was confused on the third. If the student is not grade level by the start of, what was math for you?
So it's just the counterpart to literacy, right? So we've historically offered encore in literacy and encore in math.
Okay.
And so if our students who have taken the 4 days of literacy but still qualify for, if they're on grade level in literacy by the time we get to second semester, they would just transition to their math at that time. Mm-hmm.
If the student is on grade level in literacy by the start of the second semester,
Yes.
that's what I didn't know. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then, going back to literacy on slide number 25. And just learning how to read is so important, especially early on. You have small group reading that includes phonics and new guided reading planners and lesson guides. Is that for just kindergarten, or is that kindergarten through 5?
K-5.
K-5, so it's every grade. Okay, great. All right, that's basically a lot of questions been asked, and answered a lot of my questions, so I appreciate it. I'll turn it over to Mary. Board member. Mary.
Wow, this is a lot. I have so many other tabs, I don't know where to start. I'm not going to ask you any of these questions, but I do have a couple of comments and maybe a question or two as I go through this. It was really good hearing all this, and the thing that I'm most impressed with was your repeated use of the word huge shift. And some of it I didn't know what the huge shifts were, because I don't know how we were doing it before, and those are the little tabs I have, like, how did we do this before? Because this sure sounds good, right? But I'm really glad to hear that, because as Mrs. Bruner said, we're doing something about it, right? We're doing things differently. And by all indications, it looks like it's going to work. It remains to be seen, but one thing I did understand, the shift that I'm really excited about, was that there was going to be more direct teaching and more intentional, and use other synonyms that came back to that, so very good there. I did have a couple questions. One, and again, the areas that you're focusing on, there was the teaching, there was some about curriculum, and then discipline. If I may ask some questions on discipline, and that's on page, I don't know, page 40. It's the SOAR program, the programming that's at Studi Alternative Center. So SOAR, these are sophomores, and then do they return as juniors to their school?
And if you want any more specificity on that, Dr. Wynn is the expert.
No, I just didn't, so that's just for sophomores.
Yep.
So it's got a bigger sophomore class, okay. And then the ACE suspension, that's for, at this point, because there's a lot, right? You just went through a lot. So at first you were talking about students with IEPs. And then when you shifted to ABS, that was students without IEPs, right?
So we tried to do all the special services shifts ahead of moving to alternative programming that would exist beyond students identified with an IEP.
So the students with the IEPs, you use the acronym EBS, and that stands for?
Emotional behavior support.
Okay. So for the students that do not have an IEP, I was really excited to hear about the ACE suspension program, because this is one of the recommendations, or I think one of the top 2 recommendations that came out of the curriculum committee. And so this is that, right?
ACE has been something that we've had in the system. It's just that students can choose to, right, as long as a parent wants them to go to Studi to serve that short-term suspension.
So if a student gets suspended for 5 days, they don't automatically go to ACE. They can be home.
They can, yes.
Oh, I didn't understand that. Okay, so this isn't new. This is
just to make sure that everyone knew about what was currently happening at Studi.
Okay. Is it being restructured in any way?
With relationship to ACE or solutions? So we will be utilizing virtual options for our students that are suspended beyond, so our long-term suspension students.
But the ACE programming is the same?
Correct.
When a student opts to go to ACE versus staying home, we get credit for attendance?
They're suspended.
So it's not an alternative schooling. See, I was thinking that they're being suspended from the regular school, so they don't get to do all the socializing and the fun stuff, but they get to go and get direct instruction, differentiated instruction, homework help, social, emotional support, all that, but that's...
I would have to check on the attendance piece specifically.
Sure would be nice if that was...
Whether they show up at ACE or whether they're there.
They're kind of present. So that's a way to suspend, but not suspend from the usual, but not really...
It's a way for them to maintain their academic, right? It's a way for them to maintain their academic work.
The least amount of loss, learning loss is not happening, which helps us discipline, as Mr. McCoskey and Mrs. Bruner were saying, was so the numbers may move up, but the learning loss is not happening, is not moving up. So am I understanding this correctly? And then lastly, on page 22 here.
22.
Oh, this is the part where you talk about three, yes, that's it. So every teacher has 3 clicks to get to their curriculum. I'm hearing that this is going to be more consistency of curriculum across the campus. Does this also mean that the parents at home will have an easier access to the same curriculum? Okay, let me rephrase that. So in my mind, I'm imagining, it's so nice to have a book, textbook, because you open it, there's chapter 1, we're doing that the first week of school, right? And you sort of march through it halfway through, this is probably what we'll be by Christmas, this is what my students are going to be expected to know. Is this curriculum that's online sort of that, so that not just the teacher, but the students and the parents have a way where they can go and see where they're going to be marching along the corridor?
So we're currently restructuring so the new Canvas course, our goal is to get that ready for teachers, but next it's going to be our curriculum
page
website that is available for parents. So all of that will be taken into consideration.
That will be,
we want it as easy for parents to access what their students are learning as well.
That's really good to hear, and also the consistency, because as you know, Canvas is really good because it offers so many options and ways, but that's also a negative because every teacher can do it differently. So it becomes confusing for students that don't have the executive skills, kind of like having 7 bosses throughout the day, right? And then they have to go home, and if they need help, there's no translator. Each teacher does it, may house things differently, the curriculum. So the consistency, I think, will help students, especially post-COVID. I feel that there's a lot of executive functioning issues that even normal kids who normally would be able to are having some difficulty with. So this is a piece that I was really happy to hear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I ask one more question? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. You talked about instructional support at each building. So you have a high school with 15 to 1,700 or 2,000 students. Do they get more instruction? Is that done by student population, or is it just each building gets one? Each building gets one? Got it. Okay. Regardless of size of building.
But, obviously with our campuses that receive title funding and support services, they get additional supports, right? Different funding mechanism.
Thank you.
So I go back to our strategic plan, right? That's why you're here. You're giving us an update on our success-ready students. And I know that these priorities aren't necessarily in a particular order, but I think, I don't want to speak for every board member, but I think we are all here for success-ready students. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here. And so I just appreciate the time that you and your whole team put into this presentation. I think it's been a really good conversation around the board. And I'm just amazed at all the supports that we're providing for our students. I would say that I feel like I am not preaching to the choir. I am the choir preaching to the preachers. You guys have this expertise, and it's clear that you've got the students as your priority, and I just really appreciate that because every student learns a little bit differently. So I like seeing all the supports. All right. Any other? Okay, we're going to go ahead and take, let's do a 7-minute break. We'll try to reconvene by 8:10. 8.02 communication update from our governing priority 3, and Mr. Stephen Hall is with us to provide that update.
Thank you, members of the board. I'm pleased to be here to provide the first update on collaborative culture as part of the new strategic plan. And before I start, I just want to have just a personal and professional word in saying that a real reward over the last year has been the process that led to the development of the strategic plan. I want to thank the Board of Education for modeling collaborative culture through the development of the strategic plan itself last fall. Had the opportunity to work with Dr. Hackenworth, our Chief Innovation and Strategy Officer, and many other leaders in the district. We were able to work with the independent consultants that were brought on board last fall. We were able to engage with our stakeholders in a variety of in-person and virtual feedback sessions, and online and in person, and it led to the feedback that was presented to you and the identification of the themes, the collaboration that you demonstrated with leadership and staff in finalizing the strategic plan, which led to a unanimous approval. And that is our playbook as we move forward. And so I just wanted to highlight that because I think it's very important as we talk about collaborative culture. The other thing I wanted to mention is that Dr. Lathan has directed us to be very intentional in the rollout of this school year in sharing our playbook in every interaction that we have. And I think you saw that this summer in some of our professional learning opportunities with staff. You saw that at our Good Morning Springfield State of the Schools address with our back to school kickoff. And then Dr. Lathan has addressed a number of groups throughout the community and is sharing the strategic plan in every one of those engagements. And that is a demonstration that we are committed to following our playbook as we move forward. Before we begin, just want to take a moment and focus on the various audiences that the communications team remains focused on throughout our work. You'll see on the left-hand side a variety of different tools that we use to share information and seek feedback from the public. You also see the stakeholders divided up both internally and externally. And we are intentional in the way we engage and seek feedback with all of our stakeholders. In the following presentation, we'll be divided into 3 sections. One will be key metrics that we have established for moving forward. So the 22-23 school year, last school year, will be used as a baseline. And I'll be sharing with you some key metrics that we have pulled from last year that we will refer to as we move forward over the 5 years of our new strategic plan. The reason we set a new baseline is we felt it was appropriate as we emerged from the pandemic and a lot of the modifications that were necessary during that window, and we come back into a more routine school year, and as we're guided by a new strategic plan, it made sense to hit reset and establish those new metrics for moving forward. So we'll then transition from key metrics into big wins from last school year, and then we'll look ahead to the current school year. Let's start by looking at the collaborative culture SMART goals for our current plan. You'll see they're divided into 2. The first one, 3.1.1, is creating and implementing an annual strategic communications and engagement plan that targets all of our stakeholders. And then SMART Goal 3.2.1 focuses on recruiting, retaining, and celebrating our collaborative partners and our volunteers to help advance our mission. We'll start by looking at 3.1.1. I want to mention that just as you see in our superintendent and leadership goals, we are working on all of this work throughout the year, but it makes sense for us to drill a little bit deeper and focus on certain pieces of the work at certain points in the year. So while I won't necessarily address every one of these strategies, I will pull some highlights out to show progress that began last year and will continue this year. And I'll talk a little bit more about the intentionality of the other work as we move forward. You'll see those strategies there employing multiple methods of timely and effective two-way communication, collaborating with our information technology and academic departments to enhance that communication, creating plans to increase public awareness and understanding of our work, and then positioning SPS as Missouri's district of choice. We'll begin with the metrics for that first SMART goal. One metric that we look at is our internal newsletter, and we send 2 newsletters each week. One of them is targeting our staff, and that is sent on Wednesday, and then we focus on all other stakeholders on Thursday. Our newsletter is called The Latest, and so you see an example of that, a screenshot of what that looks like, aligned with our new theme this year. Last year it was aligned to the Your Story is Our Story theme. We send a total of 88 e-newsletters. During the 22-23 school year, you'll see those divided evenly between employees and parents. We look at the open rate, which is 44%. Anytime we're looking at a metric for K-12 education, we really are intentional looking outside of education at other industries to see how we're measuring up. So we're also looking at our peers within education and in other industries. And you'll see this was a 3% increase in our open rate over the previous year, and it is 4% higher than industry average. So we continue to provide what we hope is relevant and engaging information, and we are being more intentional with encouraging our staff and our parents to look at the latest as a really important vehicle for delivering information. We want to streamline our communication as much as possible, limit the amount of all staff or all family emails. If we can put it into the weekly e-newsletter, that's what we want to do, so that we are limiting that inundation that our families and our staff feel, and they know where they can go back and easily see the information when they refer back. Social media engagement. This is another metric, and you'll see on the left-hand side, we focus on 3 platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, which is now known as X. You may be following that. It's a little confusing for some of us in the industry, knowing exactly how to refer to it in any given moment, but we'll call it Twitter for now, at least until they update the web address for the platform. So you'll see on the left-hand side, we look at the number of posts and other engagements for Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and then we look at the followers for each of those platforms. You'll see that we've increased our Facebook following by more than 2,000 over last year alone. We now have more than 31,000 followers, nearly 10,000 Instagram followers, and nearly 17,000 Twitter followers. And you'll see the plus numbers there indicating the growth over the previous year. I do want to highlight there on the left-hand side, this is a new metric, the percentage of engagement. So you'll see that for Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. What does that mean? That is an algorithm that is used. It divides the amount of engagement, whether that be likes, engagements, shares, with the number of posts. And so you'll see a percentage on how many people, or the percentage of people that engaged with the average number of posts based on the content. When you look outside of our industry, just for comparison, on Instagram, the benchmark for engagement would be 0.60 engagement. For Facebook, 0.15% engagement, and Twitter, 0.05% engagement. So you see we're trending well above other industries in the engaging content that we share on Facebook and other social media platforms, not just Facebook. Let's look at these 3 metrics here. We have our SPS.org traffic, download of our MySPS app, and our engagement through Thought Exchange, which is the survey tool. I know you all are familiar with that, but for the public's reference, we continue to expand the use of Thought Exchange. It is a great way to ask both quantitative and qualitative, seek quantitative and qualitative information, and we ask open-ended questions so that we gather feedback from our stakeholders. So you'll see how that is trending there. I did want to note one thing here. On Thought Exchange, our 2 highest engagements for the 22-23 year were around the strategic plan, when we asked for thoughts on where we should go as a district. We had more than 4,000 people participate in that Thought Exchange in September, with more than 100,000 ratings of the thoughts that were shared. The second highest rated Thought Exchange occurred later in the fall, in November of 2022, and it was related to the 23-24 school calendar. We asked for feedback on what the 23-24 calendar should look like, and we had more than 4,000 participants and more than 50,000 ratings, and that feedback was incorporated into the finalization of the school calendar. That's one thing I want to note on engagement. When we seek information, we want to demonstrate that we're listening, and whenever possible, we want to close the loop and show that that has been taken to heart. Let's Talk and video views. You may or may not be familiar with our Let's Talk platform. It is a key way that we are working to improve customer service and demonstrate that we want to hear from the public and that we're committed to closing the loop. Let's Talk operates really as a widget on our website. You can go there, you can select the theme or the topic that you're concerned with, you can send a message and it is routed directly to the SPS representative that is the expert in that area. And it also tracks our response time. So as users of Let's Talk, we are motivated to make sure that we are closing closing, whenever possible, the loop within 2 business days. And what this has done is really made sure that we're routing questions and concerns to the right SPS person in a much more efficient way. You can imagine across the district when we have more than 50 campuses and multiple departments, it can be difficult. And the more people are routed ineffectively to have their information received, the less effective it is, and it can be frustrating for customers. At the bottom, you see our video views that we track across platforms. I did want to note on the video views, you'll notice on Facebook and Instagram, we had an incredible number of views over the year. We always hope that we have that viral video moment, and that occurred for us at graduation in May of 2023. We were able to share a victory for one of our Glendale students who was able to walk across the stage and receive his diploma, and that had been a goal of his from the time he entered high school. And it was a powerful video. It was very much engaged across all platforms and well shared, and so that is demonstrated in the incredible views there. Wanted to focus on the number of special events that the communications team worked on throughout the 22-23 year. And I want to pause by just saying, anytime someone stands at this podium representing collaborative culture, they are representing a huge number of people across the system. So while the communications team has been a small part of this work, we represent every department in SPS. And so I want to give credit where credit's due. Many, many people put in incredible work to make these events a success over the last school year. Our Back to School Bash last July, you'll remember, that was the first time the district had engaged in an event of that magnitude. And we had more than 5,000 people turn out. A key moment I've mentioned to several people, and I want to mention it again here. Dr. Lathan, in the middle of that event, we were surrounded by our team, and she said, I want you to look around at this room, packed with people. She said, this is our why. This is why we're here. And so the Back to School Bash allowed us to provide service directly to families in a new way. And it was a great event that we repeated again this year. Good Morning Springfield. We engage every August of every school year with the State of the School address. The superintendent provides that. We roll out the theme for the school year, talk about the key priorities for the coming year, and it's a great way to engage with the community. Our Back to School kickoff, again, last August was the first time in many years that we had brought together the entire Team SPS, 3,500 plus people, to celebrate in a pep rally atmosphere. We had great feedback and returned that event this year, and that was last week. Continues to grow. SPS University is the way we engage with parents and community, and we continue to roll that out. As a reminder, we'll talk a little bit more about it. We do that in a number of ways. We have a district-sponsored SPS University that we host at a high school or a central school. And then also in August and September, every one of our schools open their doors as part of Meet the Teacher and an open house event. And we're branding that as SPS University. This is a great way that we can provide information and seek feedback from the community. Our Hall of Fame event occurs every October. We're able to honor outstanding alumni of SPS. This last year, we honored Anthony Tolliver, who was a 2003 graduate of Kickapoo High School, and John Holstein, who is a graduate of Glendale High School. And we're getting ready to announce who the inductees will be this year. Progress is Promised celebrations. That was reflected in our ribbon cutting and groundbreaking ceremonies that began with Phase 1 Proposition S projects in 2019. We were able to close out Phase 1 with the ribbon cutting for York Elementary and for Jarrett in March and April, right before the community approved Phase 2. So lots of success celebrated through Progress is Promised. Together with Grenada is a really fun way for Dr. Lathan to engage with our Team SPS members. It's done virtually. We set up Zoom meetings. We offer them at a variety of times during the day, so depending on what your work schedule looks like, there's a place for you to engage. Log on to Zoom. There's no agenda. Dr. Lathan will typically provide just a brief update of what's going on, and then employees can engage and ask questions or share concerns. And then finally, we offered a vendor workshop early this summer as part of collaborative culture. This was a vision that Dr. Lathan had brought to us from a prior district that she had worked in. This is a new way that we can engage with the community. We worked with Ms. Kara Stasel and Mr. Dave Pelletier in the Business Services and Purchasing Department to host this. We weren't sure what the what the response would be. We had representatives from more than 35 businesses that attended this first ever vendor workshop, and it was focused on introducing them to our electronic bidding system, making sure that they knew how to bid for projects and to conduct business with SPS and answer any questions that they might have. And again, that is a part of collaborative culture. Employee recognition efforts continue. We continue to provide monthly recognitions like you saw earlier this evening at our Board of Education meetings. We recognize employees for service anniversaries, 25, 30, 35 years. We engage directly in the classroom with our teachers through Teacher Proud Tuesday. This is actually a recognition effort sponsored by Go CSD, the Greater Ozarks Cooperative School Districts. And so on the Tuesday every month, a teacher is nominated. Dr. Lathan drops into the classroom. We have a surprise moment where we provide an award and share information on social media. The students love celebrating their teachers. We also have introduced a retiree reception. We've recognized retirees for a number of years, but we really took it to the next level this spring and received great feedback from retirees. Employee spotlights, we continue to feature employees on SPS.org and social media. And we also work with our principals and our department leaders to make sure that they're recognizing Team SPS throughout the year with lanyard pins that match our theme for the year. So last year was Your Story is Our Story, and this year it's SPS United, and you'll see more and more of the MVP, Most Valuable Player theme brought in. Coming this school year, it's been a couple of years since we have sought and received feedback from our employees on the type of recognition that's meaningful to them. So it's time for a refresh. We recognize that, and so we're going to invite representatives from all of Team SPS to participate in that work team, review how we can continue to refine and change up employee recognition so that they find it meaningful. Customer service support. This is something that I'm really, really excited about. Many of you know Jen Webb. Jen Webb is a former SPS principal. She was most recently principal at Twain Elementary. Before that, she was at Williams Elementary for several years as principal. She, for the last several years, has served as the superintendent's liaison. So she engages with concerned constituents that reach out. They may have a question, they might have a concern. She engages directly with them. This summer, we have realigned Jen's work as well as the work of Robin Gentry and Casey Kersey to be a part of our communications team to streamline our customer service support and outreach. We're thrilled to have them as part of the communications team moving forward. Robin Gentry and Casey Kersey are former administrative assistants at the school site who are now serving as administrative assistant coaches and mentors. So they will now be working with secretaries in all 50 campuses across the building to make sure that we're providing support as we roll out new software and programs. You think about Hall Pass, and you think about Oracle. You think about other systems that they're using. If they can have a mentor provide that support on site, then that's all the better. So we're excited about this realignment. SMART Goal 3.2.1. So this changes now. We're looking now at celebrating community partners and volunteers, looking at how we retain them and recruit more of them. So strategy A is about enhancing training. Strategy B is about assessing our current volunteers and community partners and how, because we really need to do that to understand who we are currently engaging with so that we can be more strategic as we move forward. Strategy 3 is about establishing expectations and goals for our volunteers and partners. And strategy D is about ultimately increasing recruitment and engagement with those individuals. We'll look at several key metrics around this work. Volunteers, we had more than 1,700 volunteers who completed the registration and background check process last year and engaged across our 50-plus campuses. More than 7,000 hours were reported from those volunteers. One area of note, 96 math and reading buddy volunteers served more than 230 students. If you're not familiar with the Math and Reading Buddy program, it's through the Council of Churches of the Ozarks, and they logged nearly 1,000 hours of time as volunteers in our buildings working with our students on math and reading last year. 4 newsletters were sent to our volunteer database. What we have seen historically is that volunteers many times are connected to the one school where their child may attend, but they may or may not be connected to other volunteers system-wide. So what we want to do is really highlight more of the volunteer opportunities across the entire system and deepen engagement with those volunteers. One of the ways we're doing that is communicating directly with them about volunteer opportunities. The 4 newsletters that were sent last year had more than 60% open rate. For an e-newsletter, that's incredible. It's encouraging to us. It demonstrates that people are hungry to get more involved, and so we are working hard to connect them. We've also provided training events, and that includes 3 ALICE trainings for our volunteers, 2 in-person trainings for staff who serve as volunteer site coordinators. When we look at partnerships, we have more than 120 engaged partners. We want to do a better job of quantifying the value of partnerships, what our partners are bringing, so that we can do a more effective job of recognizing them and thanking them for the ways that they work to support our students and staff. I will talk a little bit more in just a slide or two about a customer relationship management tool that we will be working with our information department to implement this fall. It will help us do a better job of assessing our partners and tracking the value of what they bring to the table. Just a slice I did want to highlight here from our July 29th Back to School Bash just a couple of weeks ago. Here's what our community partners brought to the table in support of our students. They served more than 5,000 people. They provided more than $100,000 in needed resources to families across our district, more than 4,500 backpacks, more than 3,000 hygiene kits, more than 5,000 bags of groceries, more than 4,800 meals were served by our own SPS Food Company nutrition team, as well as donations from Springfield Grocer, Highland Dairy, Aramark. Care to Learn provided the hygiene kits. Convoy of Hope provided the groceries. Bass Pro provided many in-kind items, and many, many more partners. More than 80 students received back-to-school vaccines and sports physicals provided by Cox Health. I think that's an important snapshot because this incredible work is happening. We just want to be more intentional at capturing it and saying thank you to those who are helping us advance our mission. Ready, Set, Supply is an important partnership, engaging with community partners to make sure that on day one, as many of our students have the supplies they need to begin the school year. This year, we tried a new approach, and we will continue to refine to make sure we're meeting more needs. This year, there were 3 ways partners could engage. They could purchase items and ship them via Amazon wish list directly to schools. They could have their own drive and hand deliver them to school sites, or they could make a financial contribution through the Foundation for SPS. So we're looking for new ways to make that efficient to meet more needs, and partners are the heart of that work. And finally, SPS Ambassadors is a highly successful program that we partner with the Foundation for SPS on. It is modeled a little bit after the Leadership Springfield model, where people who want to learn more about our school system and actually have an immersive experience can get engaged. So we piloted the program the year before last. We did sort of a half-year model. This last year was the first time that we completed it for the full year. We had more than 20 ambassadors. This summer, we had more than 100 people apply to be a part of the ambassador group this year, and we're getting ready to announce who those ambassadors will be in the coming weeks. What that shows us is it's meeting a need. People are excited about it. They want to get involved in our schools and learn more about what we're doing, and most importantly, help share the word with others. The customer relationship management tool, that's what I mentioned. If you look at this slide here, this really breaks down all the different partners we work with. There's strategic partners, academic partners, district resource partners, school-based partners, family support services partners, and volunteers. There's currently not a way to efficiently track these, and so we're working with Mr. Douglas and his team. We're evaluating the CRM tool that will be implemented this fall. We will provide training so that we are effective implementers of that as we move forward. Other big wins over the last school year. So again, we talked a little bit about Let's Talk. That's continuing to guide our work through customer service. And if you look at that, we had more than 3,500 dialogues that were opened right off the bat. And we had an 8.4 customer service rating, which I think is really great, because a lot of times when constituents engage the first time through Let's Talk, it's because they have a concern, or they have a question, they have a problem, and we're able to address that and still have a very high customer satisfaction rating, which I think speaks really great about Team SPS and their focus on improving customer service. Principal for a Day. We hosted this pilot program on March 29th in 12 of our schools. 12 business and community leaders spent half a day in our schools shadowing a principal, learning more about their work, and we are going to expand that this fall. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. Recognition events, we expanded that with appreciating volunteers, partners, and our SPS retirees, and we will continue to build upon that work this year. And finally, progress as promised. With the completion of phase 1, we were able to work really hard to communicate the need for phase 2, and we were very pleased that nearly 77% of voters approved the $220 million bond proposal on April 4th. And we look forward to celebrating progress as promised with phase 2. Looking ahead, so our theme for this year, you saw it a little bit earlier, SPS United, Together We Succeed. It emphasizes that teamwork and the collective vision, and you will hear more about that as we move forward. SPS University, here are the key dates for the coming year. So right now, starting today on the first day of school through September 15th, each and every one of our schools will be hosting an SPS University that will be branded for their site and will align with their open house. It won't be an additional event. It will be aligned with what they're already doing to engage with families. There'll be a presentation that has key information from a district perspective that we want all families to hear, but then each school will be able to customize that presentation to meet their needs. In addition to those SPS University events at every site, we will host 2 district-sponsored SPS University events, one in November and one in March at Glendale and Hillcrest. And just as a reminder, we provide a free dinner, we provide an agenda packed with information, and we seek feedback from our families to find out what they want to learn more about when we're developing that agenda. And our goal when families leave these events is to feel cared about and feel like they are more connected with the district and with their school than they were before. So there's something designed for all families at these. Even though they're hosted at Glendale and Hillcrest, there's something for pre-K through 12 families, and we'll be sharing more information about that this fall. In addition, other opportunities to engage with our superintendent. We will have 2 Let's Talk Live events. So this is a new event that we will be working on this year. It will be a town hall setting. So Dr. Latham will be answering questions from stakeholders. So we'll have a registration opportunity for people to register, submit a question, and then she will address those and engage with stakeholders directly. October 25th at Jarrett Middle School, January 11th at Carver Middle School. And then we'll continue our Gather with Granita opportunities for employees to virtually connect with our superintendent. And you'll see more information on those dates. Principal for a Day. I touched on it a few slides ago. Here's why this is so important. We need more and more people to understand just the amazing work that's happening in our buildings every single day. And this program allows us to do that. We had 2 great examples from our pilot in March. 2 examples. One of them was Mayor Ken McClure from the city of Springfield, who was at Sequiota Elementary and shadowed the principal there and was able to see professional learning communities in action. So our principal brought the mayor right into that PLC meeting. And Mayor McClure was able to see how those educators were adapting what they were doing every day in the classroom to meet the individual needs of students. And he was able to attend the breakout session. We served lunch after the session with all of our principals for a day and talk about how important that work was and how eye-opening it was for him as a community leader. The other example, you see Gary Schaefer from Forbes in this photo right here at Twain Elementary. He left just amazed at the work, and this led to a partnership with Forbes. They are a sponsor of our Back to School t-shirt. You'll see their logo on the SPS United t-shirts. That happened as a direct result of Gary's experience in our schools. So we're tracking more of these anecdotal stories, but this is what this program is doing. That was a lot of information. I tried to be brief and quick because I know the night is long, but I'm happy to answer questions about how we are being intentional on establishing a more collaborative culture both within our system and throughout the community.
Right. Thank you, Stephen. Do any of our board members have questions, comments? Yeah.
Great presentation. Really appreciate the effort you put into this, you and your team put into this, and a shout out to the community partners, the volunteers who, volunteer throughout the district. Thank you so much for all your work. I really appreciate it. And I do have a question on slide 7. I just signed up for Instagram, by the way. And you've been even more than 9363. The TV must have increased in the past couple of days. But it looks really good. But I noticed that there are individual schools that have Instagram and Facebook and that kind of stuff. Do you track that stuff?
We do, and so what you see here is the district level account. This does not reflect the individual engagement from a lot of our school accounts. But one of the things you'll see, everything that we've highlighted here from our key metrics has been district-wide communication. But you'll notice one of our strategies as we continue to be more and more strategic with our work is to provide more support to site levels to make sure that we have some consistency. And I know we've had that conversation about the importance of improving communication, not only from the district, but from the classroom and the principal home, and making sure there's some consistency there. So we do monitor it, but we are being more intentional in providing best practices and guidance on how to do it effectively.
That's awesome. Slide 14. See. Oh, yeah. What's Alice? I should know this probably.
Oh, yes. So that's alert, lockdown, inform, counter, and evacuate. Did I do that right, Chief Farrell? So that is our training, our safety training. And one of the things we noticed is we were doing an effective job of providing that to our staff internally, but a lot of our volunteers who may have, one or two times in our building might not be familiar with that, and so we've been intentional in expanding that training for them as well.
Right, and you have, going back to slide 12, you have 2 administrative support coaches now. This is the first year for that.
That's right.
They cover all 50 schools, 2?
That's right.
Okay. The office boss, I call them.
They're going to be out and about a majority of the time. They will be out in buildings, filling in also when there may be a need for, a longer-term support if someone's out temporarily. So we're really excited about that additional support.
That's great. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Impressive as always.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Miriam, turn on your microphone.
Sorry. I think you're the only one. Could you hear me?
I did.
I don't know whose idea it was, but it was a great idea. Having been a school volunteer, the secretary is the first line. Yes, the office boss, and they field so much, and that was much needed support. So I don't, never thought of it, but it's much needed.
And we'll be working very closely with Mr. Douglas's team on just continuing to look about how we provide more feedback and support so that we can effectively use the tools at our disposal. We have great tools within SPS. We just want to become more effective at providing support to our team so they can use it. And so this is one piece of that important work.
Yeah, and the consistency helps the parents who have kids at different schools, but then they are seeing different things, so it's nice to be consistent. And it helps everybody stay on track and on schedule and more engaged. Thank you.
I'd like to just highlight the Let's Talk platform. I really like this platform, and while I appreciate community members reaching out to school board members, this gets them the answers to questions much faster than school board members can get those answers. And it's going to provide them with some more timely feedback from the right person, because it's directly to the right person. So I've been encouraging more and more community members, when they have direct questions about the functioning or something about the school district, I encourage them to use that. As board members, we do still get some of those forwarded to us, and I still encourage people to email us, but this is a great platform, and I hope we get more families and community members using it.
Thank you for that feedback. In addition to what you shared, it also helps us monitor themes. So we have Jen Webb, who is our liaison, who's taking phone calls and is tracking, types of phone calls she receives. This also allows us to monitor the email traffic. And if we're seeing there's a spike in communication about a topic, it helps us be more strategic and say that we should drill down further here. Maybe we didn't do a good job of effectively communicating and we need to follow up. So it's helping us be more strategic as well.
So thank you. Very good presentation. Everything in there is, it's all good stuff. Thank you for just a moment ago acknowledging the classroom level.
Yes.
That wasn't so much in this presentation, and I would like to point out, I guess more to the rest of the board and Dr. Lathan, I guess is where that's appropriate is, I know I made those comments as we had the strategic plan formation and those discussions, that I think when we talk about communication, we should really focus and strive on how we can improve the connection between the classroom and the home, and not necessarily the home and the district office, or one-way district office to the home, but that back and forth communication between the classroom and the home. And I think that's where we have the most impact on improving educational outcomes. So I'm hoping that as we continue to revisit this, that we start seeing updates in the future on how we're training teachers, how we're using similar models so that every teacher doesn't have to have their own different communication platform, and parents with different teachers have different platforms to communicate with, and those sorts of things, to really draw together the home and the classroom. And on that note, since I am a parent and have kids in the district, I get to experience some of this stuff from time to time. And I will brag on recent experience. I will say that AOE does an exceptional job at communicating between that facility or classroom or organization and the home. Exceptional. So, thank you for that feedback. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that feedback very much. Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to agenda item 8.03. Board member Mohammed Khani requested a board agenda item on technology. She requested this to Vice President Kreis and I before we set our agenda. And then, of course, this board approved the agenda earlier this evening. And so we will have a discussion on technology. And I'll let you go ahead.
Okay. Well, first I want to start by thanking the board leadership and Dr. Lathan for including this item on the agenda. In the last couple of years, the district has made changes and continues to make changes to ensure that student devices serve as educational tools. And these changes have been met with resounding cheers from parents and educators. For this fiscal year, we're seeing continued commitment to advancing technology on many fronts. We've added positions. Some of those are in the classroom focused, such as technology integration coordinators, and some are FTEs to support technology and information infrastructure, and that has included creating a chief position. Mr. Douglas will now be leading us in the alignment of technology resources with the strategic goals of the district. Technology is a rapidly and continually evolving field, and as we invest in all these facets, I think it would be critical to have a vision of what we want and how we want to get there. You can call it a technology plan that will serve to guide our resources and our overall direction as the institution moves forward. So tonight, I'd like to propose and seeking board support in asking the district to create such a unifying and comprehensive technology plan that can then come back to us for approval. I believe that such a technology plan would add tremendous value to our overall strategic plan, not only by guiding us on the path, but also, speaking of communication, by communicating how all these pieces fit together and over time as we continue moving in this positive direction. What this plan would encompass, or what it could include our investment objectives with respect to hardware goals or software goals. It could include cybersecurity concerns and issues, curriculum integration. It can link to other strategic goals that we have already in place, such as professional development, the well-being of our students, the safety of our students. It could include the district's stance and position on devices in general, as they relate to the classroom environment, as they relate to discipline, as they relate to cyberbullying. It can include the success-ready students' expectations for digital currency, digital competency, and this is work that is very much underway, I know, at this time. This comprehensive and unifying plan would be a live document that can and should be revisited whenever it is deemed necessary. For example, artificial intelligence is right around the corner, and being ready to incorporate it into a pre-existing plan can make a big difference in ensuring that we get the most benefit for our students when that time comes, so that we're better prepared. I mean, I'm going to stop there, but I mean, I can go into like time-wise and all the other things, but I think I'll stop there and see what everybody thinks.
Is there other board comments or discussions?
I can jump in and say I fully appreciate this and fully support it. I think we run our district off of plans. I think we have people in the right places that have the right ideas, and I think that this is something that's so important in education and has value, but also can potentially hit pitfalls. And I think having a plan that shows the stakeholders in the district, the teachers in the district, what we believe and what our goals and intents are for appropriate use of technology in many different ways is responsible. And I think it's something that we probably know we can just put on paper so that everyone else knows what our direction is. So I 100% support this.
And just for some context, I know that Board Member Mohammed Khani, you acknowledged that putting this topic on the agenda wasn't done in order to put additional work on the district or for this particular board meeting. I just want to point out that so I haven't asked Dr. Lathan to do anything or asked her team to do anything.
No,
Right.
I don't. No, this is just for us.
Yes. I did want to just point out, though, that within our strategic plan, governing priority 1, objective 1.2, strategy C under SMART goal 1.2.1. And I was trying to prep for today, and I think that this has come up before, but under that governing priority and under our SMART goal strategy C, it says, develop a plan to implement digital citizenship curriculum and technology guidelines across content areas. So perhaps.
This is bigger than that.
Okay.
So that could be part of this.
Okay.
And that is sort of 3 to 5 year plan. I'm looking for something that has short-term, but also long-term longevity, right?
And that may be what, and I've not asked Dr. Lathan to prepare for this, of course, that may be what the district is gathering from this instruction.
Right, but that doesn't include infrastructure. So when I say technology, I'm talking about all the bits and pieces that we're piecemealing out. They're all there, but I'd like to see them housed under, under one roof, so that it's easy to understand and follow. And my ask isn't like, I want to see this in 3 months or 6 months. This is something that, so if I had to put a time on it, because I think that would help guide this discussion. I know that we did the strategic plan in a few months. Okay, so that had a really good product. We were prepared and we had our resources, but this is something that, again, you're not just looking at the short term. We are looking at the short term, but also mid-range and long range. And I think to get all those pieces right, it's going to take first a study of where everybody is and get the right components and the committees or all the experts talking. And so, but you also don't want to spend years coming up with a plan, because then you lose focus and, you lose purpose. Does that make sense? So I'm thinking giving yourselves a year to come up with such an all-encompassing, unifying, comprehensive plan would be reasonable. perhaps with like an update midway, an informal update, just so that we all know that we're moving towards the right goal, right? We're going in the right direction. We don't, arrive at the end and say, well, this isn't really what we were thinking. So I'm thinking a year, nothing immediate. But I do think we need to think about these things.
I think a significant portion of what I could envision in something like this is probably stuff that we've already done and exists somewhere. For example, we've kind of revised our stance on Chromebooks going home, elementary, and then now middle school. And that would be a perfect example of one thing that we're already doing that can be in this plan that everyone knows where to look to for anything relating to technology. So I don't see this being something as exhaustive as the strategic plan by any means. I think this is something that we can put a date out on that's reasonable and consult with our superintendent on what she thinks would be reasonable to accomplish it and get it done, and have some discussions about what would be in there that would further clarify what this thing might look like.
And it kind of took us a little off
And it
track
could
there with some
even
dialogue.
include, like, we're going to continue research on, everybody was doing Chromebooks, but now we're seeing districts that are moving away from it. I'm not saying we should move away from it next year, but what are our plans on monitoring? So once you have a plan, you monitor it. So where are we? Are we looking at that? I know we are. We are looking at that. We look at it every year. But I just think it would help communicate it with all of us, with the stakeholders, and I ultimately think that this is something that we could be very proud of. This is why you want to come to Springfield Public Schools, because look at our technology plan, and look at how responsible we are on all these levels. It includes cybersecurity, cyberbullying, all the things we're doing to keep our students safe and having them learn in the most optimal way using technology, which is, again, like I said, it's incredibly fast-moving, and it's so powerful. And the power it has can be garnished, or it can be really damaging. And if we're not there, and we don't have the guardrails, then I don't think we're doing everything we can.
So I'm going to move on to see if any other board members have comments.
Thank you, Dr. Mahamakani, for suggesting a technology discussion. I think we needed to have this discussion for a long time. And I agree, we need a technology plan or handbook, whatever you may call it, that just makes sense. In this strategic plan we have adopted last November, December timeframe, from what I remember talking about, it's a live document. There's no reason we can't go in and add to it or change it and add this need for, or put a technology plan in there as a goal, develop a technology plan. So I just think it makes sense to do that.
Any further discussion? I'll see if any of the board members have comments.
I like the idea of putting in writing some sort of plan. The challenge is huge in developing a fluid document, knowing that it just changes. I mean, what's relevant now may be different in as little as 6 months. So as long as we keep it, to me, I think it's a great idea to move forward with something. I like the fact that, we're acknowledging this can't be done overnight. This is, I mean, we've just listened to multiple presentations about how much is already going on within the district to focus on academic achievement and everything else we have going. Not that this is separate, but I think it's a good idea if we give it sufficient time to get it moving. I would hope that it would include, you mentioned stakeholders. I'm hoping it includes a wide variety of people, especially those folks with boots on the ground in the schools, about what's working and where restrictions need to be made or whatever. But I see it as really forward thinking, as opposed to you can do this and you can't do that. That wouldn't be the kind of document I'm hoping we would develop. But I definitely think that some of the topics you mentioned absolutely need to be addressed and acknowledged and something done with them. So the fact that we might put together a written plan, I'm in favor of that, very much so. I just think we need to provide the time and make sure we have all the right people at the table, so we get a multitude of perspectives, not just a few folks.
Any comments? Okay. Any follow-up comments from board members?
Well, if I was to make any comments, I think it's a great idea. And I think for me, the first priority is cell phones. I've always been on the road of trying to control the cell phones within the classrooms and stuff like that, and have part of the technology is that we have cell phones that are in the hands of our students and staff, but I just want to put my 2 cents worth in there, because I think that cell phones are very important to have, and when you start trying to limit the cell phone usage, you'll have many parents on an uprising, and a lot of kids don't want to separate from there, but maybe we can have a practice included into this technology on how it is that we can actually manage the cell phones within the classrooms. I've seen many studies with regards to cell phones. There's one school in particular that I recall, and that is where, by limiting the use of the cell phone and not having them in the hands of many of the students within the classroom, that academic performance had improved dramatically. Social skills have began to improve among the student body themselves, as well as attendance improved, as well as a lot of the social media, like TikTok and things like that began to whittle away. And so I just want to throw that in there. I think that would be an integral part of that technology plan.
I think I saw something about a few months ago, one of the large districts in Texas, and that's why I made headline news. And I don't know, do you guys read all those emails we get? That, do you? Oh, did you see this? Oh, never mind. But some, I mean, others have done what you're suggesting, and I mean, it is in our handbook that cell phones are not permitted during the school day.
But we know better.
Yes, but some districts, this particular one had used containments and
Little pouches.
something like that, and had described the improvements.
Actually, discipline began to go away dramatically when they first initiated those pouches in that school that you're talking about down in Texas and that. But I don't want to go run down another road here. I just wanted to remark about those cell phones, on how I think it's very important in technology used today in our school system, that I think we have room to improve. We always have room to improve. But thank you very much.
So I might make a suggestion, and I know that, I might make a suggestion that in my reading of the strategic plan, that strategy C under objective 1.2, I think can include that technology plan. Are you open to postponing the conversation until September so that Dr. Lathan and her team have time to?
Oh, I by no means we're trying to get like a motion on the table or anything right now.
Let me clarify that, because
I just want to get the ball rolling, people thinking about it.
So I think maybe this is my thought on the best way to approach this, so I guess I'll move forward with that. It is I'll motion to add to the next regular session meeting for a vote that the board task the superintendent or designee to create a comprehensive technology plan that will come back to the board for approval by the start of next school year.
There's a motion on the table to be held, to be voted on.
For the next, no.
Essentially, we're postponing it. Might I make a suggestion that?
The motion is for the intent to, I guess, show if there's support to even go down this road. Because the other thing I could do is just, I could just make the request to put this on the next agenda, but I thought if we voted on it, at least our superintendent would know what kind of board support there is to continue down this road, and then that would give us time to think about it, have discussions, her think about it, put it on the agenda, talk about it, and then actually vote on it.
Would you consider amending your motion to postpone this conversation till September 12th, so that Dr. Latham and her team can give a presentation, and then at that time, you guys can decide if you want to make a motion for a formal technology plan? They may already be doing it. It may already be in the works, and it may cover everything that is of concern.
I don't think there's a need for a motion at this particular moment for the purpose of Dr. Latham knowing that there's board interest. We've heard from most of the board members already saying that they thought it was a good idea, so I don't think that it's necessary for us to make it a motion for now if we're not going to, it sounds like we should probably just wait until September.
I'm just trying to be intentional about follow-through and making sure this isn't just a conversation that dies or gets stretched out too long.
Absolutely.
So I think that, because I guess contrarily, I could, just motion right now that we vote now and see where that goes. So I guess my thought on this was, I just am trying to see what the board support is to put it on the next agenda for, is that the next one? The next regular session? Is that the next
September
meeting?
12th, yes, is our study session. I'm not trying to kick it down the road.
No, that's a study session.
That is a study session.
So my motion is on the next regular session.
Sure. For September, whatever the next meeting is after that. Yeah. I'm having trouble trying to understand how to entertain a motion to make a motion.
It's a motion to put it on the agenda.
On the agenda for a vote.
For a vote.
But that's not our process for putting things on the agenda.
That's true.
Can be.
For a vote, I don't know. We've had requests from board members to have a discussion about things.
So might I have something for your discussion now that you've finished discussion? So what I've heard the board members say is strategy, thank you. Objective one, SMART Goal 1.2.1, strategy C. The board would like to see that developed into a full technology plan, also addressing the items in strategy C. I'd like to share with the board that I can bring back a recommendation at the September 12th study session of where we might go for the next year. I heard we had a year up until the next school year starts, and so we'll bring back a discussion for you. So we already making an agenda item that I will respond to the board members' request for discussion on the technology plan. So that would be the agenda item, superintendent's response to the discussion on the technology plan as it relates to SMART Goal 1.2.1 strategy C.
So it sounds like you're putting it on the agenda.
I'm asking, I'm doing a friendly request to his response to the motion.
I accept your friendly proposals.
Okay, so let's translate that.
The translation is on September 12th, we will talk, we will put it on our cabinet agenda for Monday. We will meet, we will talk about what it looks like. We will talk about the parameters of what we, the items that we've heard tonight. We'll go back, we always go back and when we've been asked to do something, to listen to the things that board members say they would like to possibly see us discuss or be a part of that particular plan. And then we will come back with, here are the things we think we've heard from you board members. Here's a recommendation of how we would like to proceed. Is that what we heard from you? And then we would start working on the process.
Is that
Sounds
acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
That's perfect, thank you.
We can go ahead and move on then to item 9.01, change orders and agreements. And Executive Director of Operations, Mr. Rick Carpenter, welcome.
Good evening, Board of Education. At this time, I would like to go ahead and present the 2019 bond updates and actions, along with change orders and agreements. Our recommended action is for the board to approve the expenditures as presented. I briefly want to go over some of those expenditures. As you can see, York and Jared, we had the add-on for the paging system to be separated from the interior to the exterior as well. I would also like to highlight as well the deduct that reflects the allowance remaining at the end of the project, of the York project, of $181,901.87. As you see there, Jarrett, we had a total construction addition of $27,567. And then the York total deduct from the construction was $174,256.87. Any questions regarding this?
Oh, I can make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for listening to us about the roller shades and frosted windows at Jared. Okay, I did. All right, yeah. I have a video.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, the recommended action is that the board approves the change orders and agreements as presented for the 2019 bond project updates. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Okay, motion from member Mohammed Khani. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from board member Byrne. Any discussion at this time? Seeing none, we'll vote. The motion that the board approve the change orders and agreements as presented passes 7-0. And now we'll move on to the 2023 bond project updates.
Correct. We're going to move on to the 2023 bond projects, updates, and action items, change orders and agreements as well. My recommendation as well is that the board approve the expenditures as presented. I would definitely want to highlight some of these items here that we have: the safety and security for the 9 middle schools and K-8 schools for the security film, and then the 20 elementary and early childhood centers as well, as that is phase 2 and 3 of our project, as we're moving on to completing phase 1 currently now, as we will have 5 phases throughout this security film project. And then also, as we move on to another safety and security item, is the safety and security audit that we secured here, as you see there, for $113,658. So as we look at the Pipkin Middle School Architect and Engineering at $16,500 for our traffic study. And then we move on to the Reed Middle School to prepare for the demolition of the $44,982.78. And then our total for our safety and security, as you see there, is $846,203.85 for the total project of just shy of $1 million at $907,000. Any questions?
Any questions from my board members?
I have one, if I may, please. What study are we doing, the traffic study at Pipkin at this point?
And that was a study that we did with the traffic study with Olison, just to see the traffic flow and change and some of those things that we were required to do and just kind of asked to do.
At the current location right now?
Correct.
No? For the new location?
The new location, sorry.
The possible new location?
Possible new location.
Okay.
That was my question. Is this for work to be done or work already done?
And as work is already done, we wanted to see the traffic flow of that.
So it's already, so we're getting billed for this? Okay. Because when you talked about getting ready for the demolition, I didn't know, because that's work to be done. So that's just sort of confusing.
Correct. There's some things that we had to do in the demo prior to actually doing the demo. For example, the elevator.
Okay.
We call that landing the car, is kind of the construction item, landing the car, where we take the hydraulic fluids and the pistons and the cabling out. It's kind of a safety device that we actually have to do per code before we can follow through with a demo.
So in general, I don't know why I haven't asked this before, all of, when these come to us, it's for work that has been completed.
That is correct.
Got it. Thank you.
just to keep the construction project moving
Yeah,
on
yes.
time.
I just didn't know if it was to be completed, but now I get it.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, the recommended action is that the board approve the change orders and agreements as presented on the 2023 bond project. Do I have a motion?
I make that motion, please.
Motion from Board Member Makowski. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Board Member Mohammed Khani. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. The motion that the board approve the change orders and agreements as presented passes 7-0. And you're remaining with us to give us an update.
Yes, I am. At this present time, what I would like to do is introduce our representatives that are going to be given a design development update on Pipkin and Reed Middle School project. This evening we have Paragon Architect, SAP Architect, and then also we have Navigate that will be presenting with us tonight on their design and their development stage update.
Thank you. It's good to be before you again. Hi, I'm Lindsay Reichert with Paragon Architecture. I'm the project manager for the Pipkin project. The last time our teams were before you, we actually looked at the schematic design, which is a very high level part of the process. And now we're moving to that next stage, which is design development. All right. So what is design development? Design development is really trying to understand how a project can be built. It's taking where we were, it was schematic design, and diving into more detail. We work to refine the scope and the budget. Oh, is it not? Oh, thank you. Very focused. Materials are selected, details are starting to develop, conflicts are identified, and now we really start to wrap in the rest of our design team. So we work closely with our civil engineers, our mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers, and all of our design consultants to start to refine the process. We also ensure that we meet any kind of code compliance and planning and zoning requirements. After we finish design development, we move into the construction document phase, and I think Sap will talk a little bit more about that. All right, again, we're looking at Pipkin Middle School, which is an international baccalaureate world school. No major changes here. We're looking at a student capacity of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, so about 550 students. Looking at the Pipkin Middle School building program, what we started with, we talked about this during the schematic design phase, is a program that was developed for all SPS middle schools. And from there, we met with staff and administrators at the facility and work to refine and revise these items. You will notice some changes specifically on our flex program spaces. That actually went up from about 8,000 square feet to a little over 10,000 square feet. We actually added 3 additional classrooms, and we'll look at that a little bit more closely when we get to the second floor plan. And then looking at the special education, that also grew from about 3,000-ish square feet to about 4,200 square feet of programming, and we added classroom and other functional spaces to that as well. Moving on to the rest of the program, the biggest change you'll see here is to the food service, and that actually went down a little bit. And the reason that came down is we actually took that stage area that's right off of the cafetorium, and we're utilizing that as a full-time classroom. So that's about 1,000, 1,200 square feet that we're using full-time instead of just part-time in our facility. Looking at the proposed site plan, you see that all of this plan and all plans moving forward, north is up. So north is going to be up on all these. Just to orient you on the site, you can see our building towards the south of the site facing Pippian. On the right side or the east side would be Highway 65. To the north, you can see the track and field pushed to the very edge of the site, and that's actually to allow further development as the district needs. And then on the left side or the west side would be the railroad. Bus circulation and visitor parking would be oriented to the south of the site. off of the entry area. And then on the back side of the site, you would have car traffic, so parent pickup and drop off on the back side, as well as all of your parking for after-school events and during, that would be staff parking as well. Going to take a quick look at the overall first level floor plan. You won't see any major changes here. This is where most of our public-facing elements are located on the first floor. Just items, the next one. It's a little bit closer look at the west or the left side of that first floor plan. You see the typical gymnasium layout, along with some support services for that multi-purpose space. So the difference between a gym and a multi-purpose space is gym is that high volume space, and we'll actually see a rendering of that as we move along. And then that's where you're going to see basketball and volleyball. The multi-purpose space is more for after-school activities, also activities such as archery, cheer, wrestling. And this is also where all of your after-school activities or your activities entrance would be. Moving across, still looking at that enlarged first level floor plan, we're on the right side. So this is our visitor entry, this is our day-to-day entry. Administration is to the south side, and that's our main secure vestibule on the south in that center area. Some of the changes that you will notice are the blue area, so that's our SPED department, and we've actually been able to enlarge that and add a classroom there. And we were also, based on feedback from the teachers and staff, able to reconfigure the performing arts, was up in that upper right-hand corner. That's also our safe room space. And we reorganized that to allow better flexibility between programming in that area. Looking at our overall second floor plan, again, you'll see this is organized much the same as before. 6th grade is oriented on the left side or the west side of the building. That flex programming, and that's to hit all of the 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. That's all in the center in that lighter green. 7th grade is to the right, and 8th grade is to the upper side or the north side of the page. Looking at a detail, you can see that blue area. I'll just focus in on that as a 6th grade. That's pretty typical of your 6th, 7th, and 8th grade programming. So you have 5 core classroom areas and then 1 lab space. That's a science lab. It's a little bit larger. And then if we move over into that green space, that's where all of our flex classroom spaces are. And that was reorganized again to allow your 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. If you have a larger class, you can flow into that area and take advantage of some extra classroom space. And then finally, the right side, the second floor plan, or the east side, and this is set up just as a mirror of the other side. Taking a quick look, this is the rendering of that gymnasium. So this is very typical of a middle school gymnasium for the district. Use of all very durable, low maintenance materials. You see we have that high volume space that allows basketball, volleyball, and other activities. You can't see it from where this image is oriented, but actually behind the space is where the bleachers would be. And those bleachers would hold the entire school population, and that's great for in-school assemblies. This is just a sneak peek of the media. So what some of us call the library. The media space has direct access to other core programming like the makerspace, production lab, and you can see it's divided into different areas so that there is actually active teaching curriculum on the far side and then stacks of books throughout, but good visibility throughout. Moving next, this is an exterior rendering of what would be the entry side or the side from Pythian. As you enter, you can see that the entry space on the bottom in the center. And then rolling around to the back side, this would actually be the activities entrance side. And the idea is that this building actually kind of has 2 faces. Although you enter from Pythian and that's your main entry point from your day-to-day, we don't want to ignore that backside because that's also a high-use and activity entrance. And I will go ahead and hand it over to our team in SAB.
Good evening. I'm Christy Beatty with SAP Design. This is Bonnie Crawford with SAP Design. We're very excited to be back in front of you again. late at night. We just want to hang out with you guys all night if we could. Really cool. Ultimately, we promised you last time that we'd come back to you, and here we are, presenting this design development portion. Since we've seen you, we've met with the staff at Reed, and we gained really valuable feedback. So you'll see some of those numbers have refined a little based on that. We've selected interior finishes and materials. We've worked on that design. We did meet with the administration and Navigate, who's going to be presenting shortly after me. We met with them every 2 weeks to present how we were doing, our progress, and got feedback from them as well. This has been a really successful process. We have worked on our specifications, refining those, dialing in on what materials would be used, refining that project scope and the budget with it. That'll also be presented. And then also resolving conflicts with systems. That will continue through this next phase. I'll talk about that next. We've also begun our code review to prepare for the city. And then also the geotech has been completed for the site. We'll be looking at the next steps for that as well. So with that being said, I get into the project. Obviously, our student capacity remains at 725, and our program area has increased slightly. Some of the areas that we saw a little bit of growth was actually in the mechanical side. We learned that our water source on our site, we didn't have good enough flow in our fire hydrants, so we had to add room for a booster pump in some of our mechanical spaces. Overall, we've still got our administration and counseling, our flex programs, career and tech. We've got our core classrooms and our special classrooms. Art and media. In fact, we're going to show you our media center as well today. And then our physical education spaces. You'll see the gym as well. We've got our food service. And then, of course, performing arts, which will be the focal component for this middle school. So we'll have our choir, band, orchestra, world dance, and then our multi-purpose auditorium, which is a seating capacity of 450, and of course building services. Just a quick concept on the site here, just to orient everyone. Atlantic Avenue is on the south. This is the original Reed site. Campbell's on the east side, with parking on the west side of Lyon, and the Reed Academy taking up a large portion of that site. It's a very compact site, but we've been able to work to get the parent pickup and drop off of the streets, and they're on site now. We're able to route 73 cars at a time through that site. We do have detention shown. Those are the darker areas. There's existing detention on the west side of Lyon, and then we're able to capture some detention on the southwest corner as well as the northern border of the property. We do have a southern entrance with the student drop-off plaza, and then the event entrance on the west.
So what you're looking at now is the overall first floor plan. What you're seeing is very similar. What you're seeing is very similar to what you saw at the schematic design presentation, like Lindsay and Christy have both discussed. Design development is really a refinement of what we did in schematic design. So just to orient you, we have the performing arts space that is on the southwest corner or the bottom left side of your screen. The gym and its ancillary spaces are on the northwest corner, kitchen centered at the top, with the classroom wing, which is 2-story, and admin on the east side. Tying all of that together is our common space, which doubles as a cafeteria space in the center and is part of that circulation space in gray. Again, your main entry point is on the south, and your event entrance is on your west side. So here's a zoomed in look at the south side or bottom side of the main level. Again, that's the performing arts space on the left side in the light green. So there we have our multi-purpose auditorium space. So that'll be wrestling, archery. It'll also be your performance spaces with 450 seats. It has retractable seating, so it can, with a flat floor, it can be used for many functions. That is also our safe room space, so where both students and community will come during storm events. Surrounding that, we have the 2 band classrooms, choir classrooms, and art classroom.
In purple on the right side of the main secure entrance vestibule is your admin suite. Not a lot has changed in these areas. And then your flex spaces there in orange, as well as some life skills and FACS classrooms. So one minor change you'll see is the FACS room did get bigger. We learned through our discussions with our staff that the FACS room was not large enough to house all the functions that they needed for the student enrollment that they would have in that classroom. Another change, like Christy mentioned earlier, we learned that our water pressure was low and we had to increase the mechanical electrical. So that gray bar that is between the two band classrooms, that got a little bit bigger, and it actually moved its location so that we could accommodate those needs. Another thing you'll see on this floor plan is we did change our entrances to our classrooms to make sure that we had the area of refuge or the shelter in place for all classrooms. Another thing you'll see is the main restrooms there, kind of in brown at the center. We did separate those, so those are now gender-specific restrooms. Now on the north side, again, that's the gym. We will house the entire student body on those bleachers there. And we have the locker rooms and other ancillary spaces north of that, building services, kitchen, and again, that's the 6th grade pod on the main level. You'll see we've renamed those core classrooms. That's just because every classroom is essentially the same, and the staff at the building can determine what classrooms go in which space. Science classrooms are there in the middle. Here's a look at the upper floor. So now looking down at the performing arts side, we have World Dance and then an upper view of the multi-purpose performing arts space. Nestled there in pink with those performing arts spaces is the media broadcasting room, which is similar but different. And then above the classroom wing, we have the 7th grade pod on the north end and the 8th grade pod on the south end, and those are basically mirrors of each other with a central collab space for students in the middle. Above the kitchen, we have our library space. And again, here's looking a little closer at the south end. Again, the performing arts space will house or seat 450 students. We are still showing the bridge here, but as we're continuing to refine this, we are looking at an alternate access to the sound booth on the upper level of the performing arts seating area, where it will actually be accessed through the media broadcasting classroom, because those students are actually the ones that are learning how to use the sound booth equipment, and that will satisfy our ADA needs and still have multiple access points.
So we can eliminate the bridge.
Yes.
We can eliminate the bridge.
And again, here's the north end of the upper level. It's essentially, on the classroom side, a mirror image of the south side, and then the library above the kitchen, which we're about to see some of the renderings on the interior.
Yeah, so this is a view of the gymnasium. It's got 6 goals in it. You have a full-size high school court lengthwise, and then your cross courts are junior high. Those would be accessed after you put the bleachers in the collapsed position. Typical bar joist, CMU block wall construction, and then we're using SPS standard materials, so the acoustical panels, the paint products, the vinyl.
The gym floor.
Yeah, that's true, the gym floor. All of those are SPS standards. And then this is a view of the media center as well. Same thing. Now, this is a future-ready space, so what we're saying is that, you know, we need to always be flexible with your volumes in your buildings. This space is accommodating a full classroom within it if necessary. Because of that, acoustics became very important in this space, so we have provided high acoustical materials in here. We are still using your SBS standard ceiling tiles, flooring, in your floor coatings, and then also your, well, whether it's LVT or kinetics. But in addition to that, we want you to have access to that structure as technology changes in time. This is the space that changes quite a bit. So we want to give you that flexibility as well. What you see in the background is a display case and a check-in desk right there at the control point with good visibility to surrounding spaces. You're seeing that low shelving in the center, so there's good supervision. And then north light coming into that space as well. And then on the exterior, this is the view we showed you last time. We began to refine the angular portions of the performing arts component. We were able to simplify a lot of those moves and still maintain a lot of that dynamic shape and action that you saw in that performing arts component. But that happened as we began to simplify the structure and refine the design of that piece. We've raised the canopy at the front door to really accentuate that south entrance and simplified the structure over the east administration area. And this is the west entrance. You may have not seen this before. So this would be your event entrance from the parking lot on the west. The gymnasium is that more standardized structure leaning up against the performing arts component. And then that's where we might get an opportunity to have some signage on the building and maybe capitalize on some of the events that are occurring in the structure. This will also be your bus drop-off area as well. There is expanded lane on this side, the east side of Lyon. So right up against the school building, there's an expanded lane where the buses can pull in and drop off students. So where do we go from here? We're going into construction documents. That means that we now have the project clearly defined. We know what we're putting together, what the contractor needs to construct. We need to convey the instructions to that contractor so they know how to move forward with their bids as well as with the actual construction itself. At the end of CDs, all your building systems will be coordinated. All of the materials will be specified, called out, and detailed in the project. The plans and the specifications combined will represent a final deliverable product to you as a symbol of our service to you, basically. And those instructions will be used as a tool for the city to conduct their plan review, and then eventually will go to public for bidding. Do you have any questions? If not, we're going to turn it over. Okay.
Do we want to let Navigate?
Yeah, I was going to say, should we
let
wait
them
till-
present first?
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you again for the opportunity to come before you all and present the DD construction cost estimates for both Pipkin and Reed Middle Schools. Similar format that we did in SD. One thing we'll want to highlight is our budget management process, just to familiarize yourself. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, even prior to generating these estimates in coordination with the design team, so we'll go over those. We'll present the DD construction cost estimates and then also highlight some additional next steps that will be forthcoming in the next months. So again, we navigate internally. We have a 9-step, 9 focus areas that we really hone in on during the pre-construction process of a project. We were here in April and presented the SD estimate, which was item number 1 that you see there in front of you. That kind of becomes the guardrails as our checkpoint from when we do additional cost estimates. Item number 2 there on a construction schedule and potential phasing. We've worked with the district staff in coordination with the design teams to kind of come up with a finalized deliverable schedule from the CD standpoint, but also anticipated construction schedules. We're anticipating the Pipkin project going out to bid in December. That's our target, December of this year. And with the Reed project trailing about a month after, which is good for the bid market. We don't want to put them out to bid at the same time in the January 24 timeframe. Item number 3 is site logistics planning. The big thing there is to identify anything specific on the site. Staff mentioned it. We want to clearly communicate to contractors and bidders on what they're doing. So if there's anything that would hinder them from doing any work on the site, we want to make sure that we call their attention to that in the construction documents that they're ultimately bidding on. One example that would come to mind would be the Reed Middle School, the existing site. We have Lion Avenue obviously running between the site, and we're anticipating that road is going to have to stay in operation during construction. So we'll want to, if that is indeed the case, we'd want to call that out in the documents so contractor can't come back and assume that we had the whole site, for their own, for all their use. Item number 4, total program budgeting. This is a fluid item and is ever changing based upon new information that comes up. So we have the construction estimates that you'll be seeing here in just a minute, but there's also, as you all know, there's soft costs, there's owner purchased items, furniture, technology. We like to capture those and budget those. That way, it's again another tool and a guardrails for the job to go forward, and we have something to refer back to along the way. We're also covering soft costs, including engineering fees. So the Olson contract that you heard a while ago, that would be captured in the total program budget, and any additional soft costs, engineering fees, consultants, as well as construction contingency. So once these projects bid, a contractor will be recommended. There will also be a contingency that the district would have in place for any potential changes that would come up along the construction process. Item number 5, inflation and supply chain analysis. This is, again, an ever ongoing item. The good news is the skyrocketing escalation of construction has calmed down. So we're in a good market. We feel good about that. Supply chain also has come back to normalization, so to speak. There are some items that we are keeping an eye on. I think when I spoke in April at SD, we mentioned electrical equipment. That is still an item of focus. Now that the design teams are going to be finalizing the designs and getting their engineering teams will be specifying specific equipment itself, not at just a design development level. We'll be reaching out to manufacturers and industry partners to say, hey, this is what we're thinking. What's the current lead time on this equipment? As I mentioned, we're anticipating a 24-month construction duration. We'll need to level that out to see how that compares and if that would affect a critical path of a contractor. And if it would, we need to have discussions with the district on possibly ordering that equipment ahead of time and not waiting till the end of this year or early next year to put that out. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Item number 6, we're here tonight presenting a DD estimate. So ongoing design review estimates will be taking place. DD estimates tonight. We're anticipating also providing the district a 75% CD estimate along the way. And that's just another gut check. We'll refer back to where we are now. We have more specifics on the design and seeing how it compares to our DD estimate and communicate that. If there's any modifications or changes that would need to be made, the design teams would have that opportunity to adjust their drawings. And then contract and bid packaging kind of rolls into the supply chain type item I mentioned earlier. If there is any early release packages or early packaging, we would want to strategize with the district and make sure that that is done appropriately. And item number 8 is constructability and change order review mitigation. So this is a big item for Navigate internally. Prior to the project going out to bid, we've worked out with the design teams where they'll be submitting. We think internally we've labeled it a 95% CD package, 95% construction document package. We will take those packages from the design teams and we will internally do a review of those with in-house staff, folks that have really a third-party set of eyes that are not familiar with the job. And the whole intent there is just to capture things that a contractor may bring up during the course of construction to where we can then coordinate with the design teams to help clarify those questions and get those answered prior to the project going out to bid. So those questions are answered, that reduces the amount of questions, gives additional clarification in the actual bid set, and ultimately reduces costs during the phase of construction. And then item number 9 is bid marketing. We want to make sure people are aware of when these jobs are going to bid. The contractors, they're starting to work on their bid calendars for Q4, Q1. And we'll start literally picking up the phone and making phone calls and making contractors and subcontracting community aware of the projects that'll be forthcoming. So with that being said, I will move on and present the DD construction estimates for both projects. Pipkin Middle School, we have a design development construction estimate of $42.2 million. I will mention, though, that that does not include any off-site road or any off-site infrastructure improvements. So depending on the final location of the building site, throughout the design process, we'll start to gather that information too, and also put some cost estimating to that as well. Reed Middle School, I think there's a typo there. It says schematic design. That should say DD construction cost estimate. We have that at $45.4 million. And also mentioned that does not include the demolition of the existing Reed building, which is due to, I think the bids are to be received August 29th of, here in a couple, I guess next week, August 29th of this month. That cost, that demolition cost, that is captured in the total program budget portion that I mentioned earlier. So what the estimates do include, they include the building costs, obviously, associated site development costs. So what you've seen per the renderings from both Paragon and SAP includes earthwork, potential soils remediation, and the on-site storm detention, on-site infrastructure, including utilities, parking lots, fire lanes, and drive access. We've also included a 3% escalation within each construction estimate, and that's based upon the projects going out to bid, like I mentioned, in December and January. The estimates do not include project soft costs. I keep highlighting that just to inform that those soft costs are captured in the total program budget. Next steps. So some of these I already mentioned, but we'll continue to update and monitor the total project budgets for each school. The big item being is any potential off-site development requirements with what comes up. That'll be a main focus through the design process as we get into the CD phase. We'll also work with the district staff to identify and quantify any owner-furnished items, specifically literally furniture and then technology equipment, and make sure our total project budgets are pretty fine-tuned towards that. I mentioned the long lead equipment purchasing. This will be pretty important. We don't want to lose sight of this because if equipment and long lead can ruin a project construction schedule, so we want to make sure we stay ahead of this if even needed, but it's not an item we want to forget about. I mentioned the site logistics planning. We'll make sure that those items, if there's anything specific, that's included in the construction documents. And then we'll be also doing a 75% CD construction estimate. And then obviously bid marketing of projects that'll begin here in the next couple months. Navigate personally has already started to receive some inquiries of the two projects. So we've been informing them that they're forthcoming. So the project should hit the market at a very, very good time. And I think that is the conclusion. So.
All right. Thank you. Yep. And I also just want to acknowledge that some of our board members, 3 of our board members, have also had the opportunity to be in communication and meet with Navigate to make sure that things are moving along. So does any board member have questions for Paragon, SAP, or Navigate? I didn't know if you want to go.
I had one for Pipkin and then a few quick ones. Hi, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that you expanded the classroom square footage and the special ed square footage. Yes. Why did you add that? Was that based on feedback from staff or was that based on your research?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we actually had detailed meetings with all of the different groups across the school, and when we met with the SPED program, they were really concerned because Pipkin actually has one of the highest populations through the district of SPED needs, and so their concern was that the current program did not meet those needs and they wanted to have room for expansion.
Okay, and then another quick question. You mentioned it and so did the Reed crew. What's a maker space?
A maker space?
Yeah, in the library.
It is a tech.
Have them at the libraries here too in town.
I'm sorry, what?
They have them here at our public libraries, have them too.
Yeah, so it's a really adaptive space. It kind of is what you make it. Right? Sorry. So it's a space right off of the media that's used for technology education. We've had some teachers talk about using computers in that classroom, using all kinds of, I'm trying to think of the kinds of technology. It's a technology-based
Okay, well, that's,
Hands-on 3D printing, things like that.
okay, because the other person mentioned, the other crew mentioned making it very flexible. So that's what this is. The makerspace is part of the flexibility. Very forward-thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we all take turns, like everybody ask questions about
I think that would be fine, yeah.
Pipkin? And then move to Reed and then
I think just continue with your.
just
yeah,
continue?
yeah.
Oh, okay. So for Reed, the stage safe room, so that's the space under the stage?
No.
Yeah, what is that?
The stage and the auditorium multipurpose space, all of that is the safe room.
Therefore, it can house all 700 students if
Yes.
necessary. So
Yes.
that's their storm shelter?
Yes, there's
Okay.
no space under the stage. It will be a slab on grade. It'll just be elevated from the floor.
I think it was just because it said it on the schematic, and, okay,
Yeah,
got
the
it.
point of that was to indicate that that entire space is part of the
Because
safe
I know
room.
there's also a gym, I wasn't sure, so the gym's not the safe room, this is?
Not in this building, no.
Okay. And on slide 24, I had a question about that. So I want to understand this. So the gym can house all the students, so 725 students can watch and staff.
Yes.
But the performance center is for 450 because we don't think everybody will be there for a performance. But on this image, what I'm trying to understand is, this is the second floor, are those the seats that we're seeing, the lines? And so but then you had mentioned earlier that the seats fold flat, so it could be for wrestling, cheer, archery.
So I've gone back to slide 22. That area that you see that's kind of a hatch pattern with it like a diagonal hatch there, the narrow strip at the back
Okay.
opposite the stage, that is showing where they would be retracted to. And then in the upper level, you're seeing them extended out.
So
you-
these things extend all the way and then
Yes.
and then there's just
Very
regular floor. Is
similar.
it carpeted flooring underneath, I assume,
No,
because
it
it's
has
a
to be a hard
performance?
surface because of the type of seating and, how heavy it gets. So it's either concrete or wood. So in this case, it would be like a polished or sealed concrete.
It will be a concrete.
Yes. For wrestling, they'll have to bring out their mats.
Okay, and
we
then what
will
about for
provide
the performance?
acoustics
Okay.
On the walls and the ceiling to address sound for performances. Also, the
Got it.
seats themselves and the bodies in the seats act to help with acoustics.
Thank you. That's all.
What is World Dance?
They have 5 different dance classes: step, flamenco. Yeah, I don't remember all of them, but it's all different types of dance. They don't really do ballet, but they do some pretty crazy stuff. Fun stuff that the kids will get into. Step. Yeah. So those classrooms also have to be flexible so that all types of dance can be accommodated in them.
You need 2 of them, one for the guys, one for the girls, or how's that? You
Sorry?
need 2 of them? I don't have my thing. You need 2 of them though, one for the guys, one for the girls, or how's that?
No. Yes, there are 2 of them in the program, and that was dictated by the district.
Any
Okay.
other questions, Scott?
No, that was it.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, so on Reed, the engineering side, the civil side, is that,
Of the
That-
site?
yeah, has that been done? Are we still guessing some of that, like detention basins or anything else that could come up, or is that?
They're still working through it, but we have a civil engineer on staff who attends all of our biweekly meetings with us and the admin, the district admin. So he's working with the city. He's had multiple meetings with stormwater to determine what exactly is required.
So I guess what I'm wondering is how far we are along in that process and how much of that research and design has been done on a site that requires demo and then putting this back in. I'm just curious, are there any potential big surprises left to be uncovered?
The geotechnical report was very telling. We realized that we may have to remove and replace a portion of the soils on site. So that was helpful. So every step that we've taken has been more informative. At this point, I don't anticipate major surprises. They did hit some rock. That's pretty common in Missouri if you're constructing in Missouri. So there weren't anything out of the extraordinary or any extraordinary conditions that we thought we might need to be concerned about. Nothing that would wave a red flag and say this is not working. We got to look at a different route. We feel confident and comfortable with the amount of detention that we do have on site. We are still working to get the stormwater to the detention because we don't have any infrastructure in this area in town. So we need to address it on site.
And we do have a relatively flat site, which is why we have detention on both sides. The site actually crests a hill, basically runs down the center where it says New Reed Academy there, and everything north of that slopes to the north, everything south of that slopes to the south, which is why we have detention on both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, so I got to ask, what was wrong with the soil?
It's undocumented fill, which basically just means that there was no testing agency on site when the fill was placed, so they don't know if it can be used in a structural capacity.
This is under the old Reed.
It's adjacent to the old Reed. So, they had to dig out a basement for the old Reed, and then they would have had excess soil that got moved around the site. So that's what it is.
So they don't know say that again? So what's wrong with it?
It's just undocumented. Okay. So we don't know in what manner it was placed, because typically when you place structural fill, you do it in lifts of a certain depth, and then they, compact it, and they have a testing agency confirm each level is compacted. Well, that wasn't done, or we don't have a record of that in this case because the site's 100 years old. So
they may get into it and it may be fine.
Yeah.
They may get into it and it may need to be removed and recompacted, or removed from the site and new soils brought in. We're accommodating for that. So we'll plan for that in the construction.
And also, so I'm going to chime in.
Yeah,
I also
please
say
do.
the DD estimates included the soils remediation, so it included the worst case. If any of that soil had to be remediated, the estimate would cover that. And in hindsight, if we learn through the geotech that the soils can be reused, that estimate in theory should be coming down because of the lack of remediation that would be required.
Okay, this is kind of off, not related to this, but just really general. How much larger is the footprint of Reed compared to where it was? It's where it was, and then it's how much bigger?
The existing footprint's around 50,000 square feet, and the new footprint is closer to 80,000. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's significant.
So that 30,000 is the adjacent soil that we're looking at. Got it. Thank you.
I can
Okay.
provide some,
Yeah.
I don't have any more questions for anyone, I guess, but just since I sat in on a meeting last week, there was a little bit more detailed on the same topics. I can provide just a little clarity on a couple things. One of those, we all received budgets from Travis, I think, that showed a little bit, a good breakdown of kind of where we thought we would be, and now at the DD phase, kind of revisiting that and seeing what's changed. So we all have those, I think, in our inboxes if you want to look at that. And that's all positive. And that's I guess that leads me into what I was going to say next, is a reflection on the teams we have working with this and how they're communicating together with Navigate and the value that has brought. I think you heard one of our presenters mention that relationship has been productive, and I think it's been a positive thing. And another thing that Navigate was able to share with me in that meeting is some of the cost savings that have come out of those, out of the collaboration and ongoing discussions, without breaking down individually or whatever. It was something around $700,000 or $750,000 that through that collaboration and different expertise minds coming together, they were able to essentially value engineer some things. So right there alone, I know Navigate has shown their value in that alone, but I think they continue to in this, this budgeting process and some of the other things that they presented on tonight.
All right, thank you. Okay, and that was just informational for us as far as the updates on those two schools. And now we'll move on to agenda item 11.01, our superintendent's update.
Thank you. Just a thank you. Thank you to members of Team SPS for preparing our schools and getting everything ready for today's big event. We had a great day, had a few hiccups, but that's to be expected on the first day of school. So thank you again to our parents and our students for showing up for day one of 172 days. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to agenda item 12.01, board comments. Are there any board comments this time? No board?
Well, yeah, I was gonna go through and give you a summary of, like for a half hour, summary of the MSBA
About 10
conference.
minutes.
No, I'm gonna give you 1 minute. A summary of MSBA conference up in Columbia that I attended in July. But, and then we had a Region 10 meeting last week. And the only thing I'm going to update you is put it on your calendar, September 13th at 6 o'clock at Ozark. Right.
They've been good in the past.
Yeah, right, absolutely. And it's going to be even more interactive this time. And
Last time's was really good. The first year we went was,
yeah, right.
right?
And
Right.
Tammy sent out an email asking
she
for
did.
RSVPs on those.
Okay, great. All right. Then, I didn't see that obviously yet. So, September 13th at 6 p.m., it's going to be good governance practices. It's going to be application-based and interactive, and they say fun as that can be. So, anyway.
I'm going to have to get together with you to ask about the whole restructuring of it. Because
Yeah.
I'd asked him, I said, so how come we're not doing it in April? And they're like, oh, the whole thing has been restructured. These positions don't exist, and
Right.
these are going to happen here, and it's going to be, and it just went right over my
Yeah,
head.
me too.
So I thought I was just
Uh-huh.
going to ask you about
Right,
it.
yeah.
So
We can
when
talk
are we
about
ready?
that at the next meeting.
Okay, any other board
All right.
member comments? Okay. Just a reminder, Tammy has sent us an email with our school visits. We have a lot of buildings, over 50 buildings, and so we try to get at least one board member out to each of the buildings every academic year. Just a reminder to board members, this is an opportunity to observe in the buildings. So please email Tammy to let her know what your schedule looks like. She'll communicate with the schools. Of course, we don't want to be disruptive if there's testing going on or other things that the school sites have going on. She may ask you to pick a different day or different time to go out there. And then just a reminder, and I appreciate the board following this procedure, if you have any questions, please just email them to Dr. Lathan and to myself. Many times if you have a question, probably another board member has the exact same question. That way it can be collected all at one time, and Dr. Lathan and her team can respond to the board all at once. And then thank you, I forget who had requested the student handbook. Thank you for that. All board members have, of course, been provided the student handbook. Our next meeting is September the 12th, which is a study session, followed by September the 26th, which will be our regular board meeting. Board members, we've been here since 3 o'clock. Many of us had jobs prior to that, and I know that Dr. Lathan and her team have had a very busy day. So I am going to request that we entertain a motion to adjourn our meeting in order to return at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning so that we can enter into executive session and discuss legal, real estate, and personnel matters as provided in section 610.021, subsection 1, 2, 3, and 13 of the revised statutes of Missouri. So moved. Motion from Dr. Thomas Tate. Do I have a second? Second from Board Member Byrne. We'll probably need to do a roll call vote at this time since it's a motion to adjourn. So Board Member Byrne.
Aye.
Aye. Board Member Mohammed-Khani.
The vote came up.
Just say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And chair votes aye. So 7-0 vote. We will adjourn until